Alrighty, welcome everybody. Welcome to another stream. Okay, I think I need to turn the music down because I think it's a bit loud, as per usual. So I'm just gonna turn it down there. But welcome everybody. Welcome to my new stream. I've decided that I want to stream again. So I will be streaming every day on Twitch for about 4 hours from 1 p.m. my time. And yeah, we're going to be having some fun. I'm going to be playing games, and we're going to be drawing, and I'm going to be talking a lot about D&D, specifically because I have become a D&D fanatic at the moment. And I got some good news today. I am going to be running a... Hold on. That was not what I was looking for. Yeah. So I'm going to be hosting a D&D Airbnb experience soon. And I got the news back today, so I'm super excited about that. Drip, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Long time no see. What's up? How is you? Okay, everything is spazzing out a little bit. Not gonna lie. Okay, so this model needs a bit of changes. How are you? How's things been? What's news in your life? Okay, so let me just see. That's 10 points. Perfect. That is on the wrong layer. Now it's on the right layer. Doing great. That's fantastic. That's great news. Really happy to hear that. What's news in your life? How's streaming going? You stream, right? Wait, how'd I get back? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm viewing everything on my mod view, and I haven't really used mod view that much on Twitch, so... Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting experience. Yes, I have a few updates that are going to be coming soon. I am looking forward to hosting 2 new shows on this channel, which will be a load of fun. And I am also in the process of building a model. I actually wanted to start streaming before I had the model because I want to stream the process and I want to post it to YouTube. There's a lot of stuff that I want to do. Okay. Goddamn, why? I know why, because I haven't warmed up. I haven't actually stretched my hands today. So we've got to... I kind of have to do a little bit of exercise before I get into this. Otherwise, my hand-eye coordination does not function very well. Still doesn't work that well. So yeah, so that's the plan. I'm going to be streaming for the rest of this week, every day for the rest of this week, and then we'll take it from next week. So yeah, so that is the plan. I'm also trying to figure out a way to be able to play good music on the stream, because I think that's something that bugs me a little bit sometimes, is just having very repetitive style, like copyright-free music. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I might have to sign up to Spotify and then share, like, there's this really cool Spotify app that allows you to synchronize playlists with people. So we might be doing that as well. Yeah, and after a couple of months of testing, I'm also I'm gonna try and see if the schedule that I have is gonna work for people, so yeah. Duke, how's your last year been? Anything interesting happening? It's actually really hot in the office. Give me one second. I just realized I actually had my stream on pause. No, what am I doing? Okay, so I'm tempted to use the. Actually, you know what? I'm being an idiot. I don't know why I'm doing this from scratch. What I should be doing is this. Where's my folder? I'm gonna copy that and then I'm gonna paste that. Ta-da! Welcome to drawing things fast. Just copy and paste everything. Yeah, so I'm just gonna put the hair where it should be, and the ears are fine. I'll adjust that. That's okay. You know what? It needs to be a bit like this. There you go. It's a bit more in line. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll do this. And I'll just kind of bring the lining down a bit. Like so. Push out the neck. And I'm going to move this as well. Okay, and then we just erase everything here. And I'll reline that. That's a great thing about having like multiple emotes in one order, and yeah, from one order that have the same character. A lot of the time it's just easier and it's more uniform. Like it makes things look more organized if you're copying a lot of assets from one emote to the next. Okay, this I do want to change. Yeah. I think that's a bit better. Why? Oh. Okay. Yeah, for some reason I had locked my layer. Okay, so I'm going to actually use the under layer for the eyes. And I'm just going to add an eye. And then I'm going to copy and paste it because this is digital art, nobody cares. Okay, perfect. So I'm just going to duplicate that real quick and then I'm going to flip it. Rotate it slightly. No! What did I just do? You'll be lurking for now? Awesome. Thanks for hanging around. It was good to see you again. Hope you have a fantastic day. I'll see you later. Okay, so I feel like that's even enough. That should be fine. Yeah. Actually, it kind of gives it a little bit of character, which I like. So I'm gonna merge that. I can change it later if I want to. Oh, I just realized, I haven't even changed my Twitch description. It's not wrong though. It's like, this is what I'm always doing. Emotes and live 2D work, so yeah. I'm so curious. So they have like all these different art world. They have all of these different categories and stuff. And I have no idea where I would fit in. Let me just see. I want to see if there's like a live 2D category. Yet. No? Super stream. No, I don't know what that is. Okay, never mind. Nocturtle, welcome. How are you? How's your day going? More streams? Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I actually have decided to start streaming, and I'm very what's the word? I don't know. I'm very motivated this time to like do it properly. So yeah, I kind of miss streaming. I miss making art for people and streaming it. And I also miss playing games. Like I don't play that many games. And I remember I used to be able to get like a lot of gaming done when I was streaming because it was entertaining. So I was like, yeah, that's cool. So yeah, it'll give me an opportunity to start streaming. How are you doing? It's been a while. How is life? Any news? What's happened in the last year? It's been so long since I've seen you guys. It's nice chill vibes while I work. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think I'm gonna when I'm doing like work related stuff, then it'll be no, that's wrong. I don't want that. It'll be like really chill and stuff, and when I'm gaming, it'll be a little bit more hardcore. And when I am doing D&D related stuff, it'll be a bit more hardcore as well. But yeah, I have plans. I have new things coming. And I have a couple of shows that I want to do, so. Nocturtle, do you play D&D? I don't know if I've ever asked you that before. I think the last time we spoke, I had only just started playing D&D. Well, it wasn't D&D, I was playing The Witcher. I'm still playing The Witcher. I have a session tonight, it's great. Okay, so that's fine. I still need to do the hair. I actually think I need to change these ears. Good. Otherwise, obviously doing family things, but that's so far along now. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you had a kid earlier this year, didn't you? Which is crazy. Haven't played D&D in a long time. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm really enjoying it. So 7, 8 years when I moved from my more nerdy mates to Durban to the bustle of Johannesburg. Yeah, Johannesburg's a bit weird like that. Yeah, okay, I remember now. Congrats. How is she doing? She's like, wow, the last time I streamed was in April? Really? Oh yeah, I guess I was streaming on Game Jolt or whatever. So yeah. That's cool. That's awesome. Drooling. She's drooling. Fair enough, that makes sense. So that means her teeth are probably coming soon? Shame. She's gonna be very sad. Oh no, she's still too young for teeth, isn't she? I don't know. I don't know much about babies. Not gonna lie. That's awesome though. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised though. I'm surprised that people in Johannesburg don't play much D&D, because it seems like something very busy people do to try and like get away from the world. It's kind of this hobby. Although, yeah, to be honest, you have to play like 4 hours every session. It's a lot. It's a lot. And having to organize people must be a freaking nightmare, actually. Now that I remember. 5 months. So yeah, 4 months. The gums are uncomfortable. Yeah. Shame. In like 6 months, they're actually chomper. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So she's around that age where she's gonna start teething soon at some point. Ooh, shame. Yeah, I can only imagine what it's like to have to grow new teeth out of your face. Actually, I think I kind of remember when I was younger. Like, it was a really unpleasant experience. It makes your gums itch and yeah, it's terrible. It's not. Johannesburg is also big, so for me it's difficult to get to, let's say, 4 ways. Yeah, that's also true. That's if you want to have live, if you want to play live, I guess. To have to go all the way to meet up with friends. I think that's probably the best, is when you have a bunch of people in the room with you. It's a lot more fun. But online's pretty great as well. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Video calls are awesome. It's kind of funny because the Witcher campaign that I run, like, nobody wants to be on call, or at least not on video. Like, everybody just wants to be a voice in the void, which I mean, it's cool. I enjoy that. It's just a bit strange. But whatever makes them most comfortable, yeah? Yeah, exactly. So I'm not precious about things. I think the only thing is, like, you don't get visual cues as to who's talking and when they're talking, so people tend to like talk over each other or that kind of thing. But I think after a while, like, you get used to it, so. I love that shit. Exactly. Yeah. But it's been a lot of fun. And today I got some good news as well. So I've decided to host a, what do you call it? Like Airbnb. So Airbnb has these experiences now, and you can like do stuff with people. So I decided I was going to try and put up like a D&D experience in my city, and then I want to do one online as well. I haven't submitted the one for online, but I submitted the one for in my city and they approved it. So I'm super happy about that. So I have to kind of try and figure out when I want to do it. It'll be cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think it'll be pretty dope. Like, but foreigners or whatever, and they can come and play. Because they used to be like a D&D nook, like a place in Fabrica. It's kind of like the home of graffiti, essentially, in the city. But it's also like hostel, hotel, and a bunch of like shops all in one. So it used to be what do you call it? It used to be like a factory. Um, and they converted it into like this really interesting space. And then they used to have like a D&D cafe that did D&D sessions. And then I think because of the pandemic, people stopped going, and a lot of them I think started going online, or I don't know, they just didn't do it anymore. Like the cafe is still there, and the cafe has all of these really cool like board games and stuff, right? So you can go to the cafe and you can play board games. I can't remember what the cafe's called. And the last time I was there, which was about 2 months ago maybe, I asked them about D&D and they said no, they're not hosting D&D anymore, but I can come and chill and like play board games and stuff. And I was just like, oh damn, that sucks. So there used to be a thriving community here, but not anymore, which is unfortunate. So yeah. New layer. So how is Joburg treating you? Been playing Magic the Gathering? Oh yeah. But not the standard modes, yeah. Commander modes. That's interesting. I don't think I've played Magic the Gathering since, I don't know, it was probably like a teenager. Possibly. Yeah, it must have been. I can't even remember how to play, but I do know it was a good game, for sure. I enjoyed it a lot. I really should find the local comic store, for sure. And see what's going on there. Maybe I can get some Magic cards from them. Can't you? You can play Magic online now, can't you? It's kind of like Gwent, almost. I just blew my brain out. Check the map thinking for Netherlands, Scandinavia was nearby Georgia. Turns out Russia is a lot bigger than I thought. Yeah, I know. Things are weird when you get here. Like the map that I thought existed, it's not what I thought it was. But no, Georgia is in between Russia, Turkey, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. So yeah. Yeah, it's not the best in terms of UI. Oh yeah, fair. That's unfortunate. I think it's a bit difficult to take something that's like physical and kind of turn it into something digital, especially if they don't get the right developers to do it. You know, if you don't hire somebody who knows how this thing should look, then it starts getting a bit weird. Yeah, so I also like, if I look at the map, there's a bunch of things that I feel like I thought I understood about the world, especially Europe, but then it turns out I don't. Like, for example, Estonia is not on where I thought it was on the map. Like, for some reason, I always think that Estonia is where Finland is. Oh wait, it is. It's just below Finland. Okay, no, so I was right. Also, how big is the Ukraine? It's huge. I didn't realize the Ukraine was that big. Yeah, now that I look at it, like, Russia is fucking massive. It's like 3 times the size of the UK. Not the UK, the US. I didn't even know that. You got some decks that just chuck out token creatures. of which you can have like 15 and more each turn. Then chucks up the UI and creates a barrier to entry. I'm a little confused. I'm not really sure what you mean. But how does the online Magic the Gathering work? You still have to pay for packs, right? Like the same as if you got a card. Wednesday is calling me. Hey baby, yeah, it's hot in here. Hello. Senzo, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Greetings, internet people. Greetings, greetings. Hello. Wednesday, what are you doing? What are you doing? Yes, move. Yeah. Welcome to my cat. She got shaved. Or we I had to shave her because she was just really, really hot. She's like a what do you call it? Like a Norwegian forest cat. She has really, really thick fur, but it gets super, super hot in the city. And at first I was like, oh no, her fur will just keep her cool, it'll be fine. And then eventually I was just like, no, she looks like she just sits on the floor and she looks like she's dying. So I took her to go get her haircut and she's been very happy since then. So I think we've done the right thing, yes. Yes, Wednesday. So yeah. Cinder, how you doing? Lots of creatures, not enough space on your screen. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, that makes sense. Means the newbies have no clue what's going on. Yeah, that makes sense. And don't you, like, you'd need tokens in order to attack or something like that? I can't remember. Like I say, it's been a long time since I've played Magic the Gathering. So if you don't have tokens, then you're kind of fucked. Just derping around, taking a break from work. Nice. What do you do for a living? How about you? I'm good. I'm doing good. We are working on emotes today, and then I don't know, maybe later I might play some games. What is in my coffee? I'm so confused. There's stuff in my coffee. Freelance video editor? That's awesome. That's so cool. So you do like video editing for streamers or for like businesses and that kind of stuff? I'm looking for this too. That is dope. I should get your contacts. Who knows, maybe one day I will want to edit videos. Need something a bit darker, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, actually. Dust is what I need. Yes, welcome to the channel. What are you working on at the moment? Oh, Wednesday, why are you so sad? Because I stopped touching you. She gets very sad. She gets very like uptight when I stop touching her. Oh, it's a thing. She's a very needy cat. Do editing for streamers, YouTubers, small companies, internet ads, and campaigns, etc. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, I see. And do you do like, so you just do editing? So if you want, if for example somebody wanted to do like an animation or something like that, they would do the animation and you would do the editing, correct? Awesome. Enjoy your meeting. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I should still be on. I think I'm gonna be streaming for about 4 hours, and depending on how quickly I can get through work is whether or not I might stream a game. I actually got a game. It's like a D&D based game. It's one of those choose your outcome. It's kind of like a visual novel almost. It's about a bard. It's called Ballads at Midnight. And we're gonna see. I want to see how cheesy it is. Okay, got that. Oh, Wednesday, do you want to go outside now? You were inside, but now you want to go out. Okay. What? 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 How can I help you? No. Fine. There. I'll leave the door open a little bit so you can mess around. So yeah, I'm really bleak. I don't know what is in my, like, cocoa. Oh, it's just pieces of cocoa. Okay, never mind. It was just pieces of cocoa. It happens sometimes. They don't dissolve properly. I need to go get my hair cut. It's too long now and it's making me hot. Alright, so. Animation skills are very limited. I have like different levels of services, if you can say so. That makes sense. Mainly just editing what people already have recorded, but I can also meet up at locations and work as a cameraman. Oh, that's cool. And where are you based? Assuming somewhere in Europe, considering that you're awake at this time and working. Okay, yeah. Denmark, nice. That's cool. What is it like for freelancers in Denmark? I imagine it's like quite functional, like everything's kind of set up for that kind of digital nomad style thing. Try and keep the lighting as like consistent as possible. And do you stream the process? I know there have been some video editors who stream that kind of thing. I know with some things, with some projects, obviously you can't. On occasion, I have projects like that as well. Wednesday's just having a nervous breakdown. I swear to God, I don't know. Ever since I got this cat, she's hated the fact that I stream. Like whenever I stream, she just has a nervous breakdown. She's like, "What are you doing?" Although she does it with everything. So if I'm like playing D&D, for example, or if I'm playing like a tabletop or something, or if I'm in a meeting, as soon as she hears me recording on my mic or like speaking through my mic, she just has a freak out. She's like, "Oh my God, what are you doing? Why are you speaking to people?" Wednesday. Denmark is one of the best places to do freelancing or start up your own business in general. Yeah, I think there's a good infrastructure there for sure. Um, I think a lot of like northern countries have that, or northern European countries at least. Copenhagen. Yeah. Like I imagine places like Sweden and Switzerland and stuff as well. Very good to be able to start your own business. It's kind of I think almost encouraged in a way, which is really cool. Like, don't they have a lot of subsidies and that kind of stuff if you want to start your own business? Oh, my door just closed itself. Okay, so I just need to add the eyes and do the shirt and the collar, and then I think we're actually, this one was pretty fast. We've got this one, and then we've got this illustration, so I will pull up the reference for that one, and then I think I have one other thing that I need to do. I need to do like the sketches for, and then I might just play some games, or I might start working on my VTube model. So yeah, it depends on what you define as a lot, as in, or like, I don't know, like, don't they have, if you want to start a business, they will, I mean, you obviously have to go to the government and like show them a plan or something like that, but they'll give you whatever it is that you require for the first, I think it's like 6 months or something. I don't know. I mean, that's obviously within reason. Like, there's a limit to the amount of money you can get. But you'll get like monetary support and that kind of stuff. And do they also have courses? Like, if you want to start a business, then you go through like a business course or something. Let's see, Denmark startup. Oh, the startup visa. Excuse me. Yeah, the Danish Growth Fund is the Danish state's investment fund aimed at promoting the creation and growth of new companies through investments, loan, and guarantees. But I don't know if that's the government. There's just a lot of like grant programs. Danish government, which provides a gateway for talented foreign entrepreneurs to take advantage of Denmark. Wait, I want to see this. Startup Denmark. Oh, that's cool. But what do you have to do to like get it? That's the thing. I guess you have to have a good idea. I guess you have to be Mr. Vibes, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hey, hello. We're looking at startups in Denmark. because I don't know, just because we were talking about it and then I googled it. It actually looks really, really cool. You can get like startup funds and stuff in Denmark for like as a foreigner, but I don't know what the requirements are. I'm too lazy, did not read. Yeah, I'm gonna finish my work instead. How are you doing? How are things in SA? What's news? You know, I kind of like it like this. Super good. That's awesome. That's awesome. I gotta say that. I am doing good too. I have so many ideas. I am doing a bunch of D&D stuff, and I started streaming again, and I'm like quite serious about it at this point. So I'm gonna be streaming every day from 1 until 4 my time, and then assuming that those times work, I'll continue to stream those times, and if they don't work, then I will find different times to stream. We'll see. But yeah, so I'm going to be doing that, and then I've got a couple of shows that I want to do as well with this channel, and then I am doing Airbnb experiences. I got the message this morning saying that my Airbnb experience for D&D is great. It has been approved, so I just need to find the best like times to do it. So I think that'll be pretty cool. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Lots of things that I want to do this year. But yeah. So what else is news? What's happened while I've been away? 'Cause I've been away for a while. Same old here on SA. I'm so happy to going to be streaming again. Yay! Thank you. Yeah. System is a bit odd. You do need to have a good idea, of course. Yeah, obviously. But if it all crashes and burns, you don't have to sell the car and leave your house. The state got you covered. Yeah. So I think that's the important thing. Like that is definitely the difference between like an American capitalist democracy versus like a functional European democracy is like, or economy at least, because there's like a backup, you know, there's the safety net of, oh, if you fail, it's okay. Like we encourage you not to fail, and we'll give you every opportunity not to fail, but sometimes, you know, people do fail, so it's fine if you fail, because we're not gonna fucking reclaim your everything and you will have made the biggest mistake of your life. Like I like that. That's how it should be. Just because you try to start a business doesn't mean that like if you fail you should be punished for it. I find that's a very weird mentality that I've always found a bit weird in like a very capitalist dominated ecosystem or economy. And also it's like really good because it boosts the success of your like average citizen, which makes them happier, which makes them healthier, which makes them like more able to work. Like this, I don't know, the American model of trying to keep people down so that you can keep them working for you, like it doesn't really make sense, because the more miserable your people are, the more likely they are to just turn around and go like, oh, fuck it. Like, I don't want to be here, sort of thing. And it just makes your economy so strong. Like, I don't imagine that the Danish are going to have any economic issues anytime soon, you know what I mean? Kalash, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? What's up? Why is there no sound alert? Give me 1 second. Maybe I didn't configure my stuff properly. Sound alert. Okay, that's why. Because I kind of like switched them off. So yeah. Hello. How are you? What's news? You good? Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. So glad to hear. D&D as in Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, that's one. Busy working on some dice roll animations for a project I'm working on. Lizzie says hi. Hello, say hi as well. Hi. Hope you guys are doing good. Yeah. So dice roll animations for a project that you're working on. That's awesome. Like all digital, I'm assuming. Never knew what could... Yeah, you never know what could happen. That's true. I think the whole global pandemic came as a surprise for many new started businesses. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Feldy, welcome. How are you doing? Thank you. Appreciate that. I like it. We're going for the witchy vibes. That's what my channel's about now. Morning. Yeah, it's 2 p.m. where I am. I forget that for a lot of people that watch me, it's still morning for you guys. Yeah. Yeah, it's afternoon now. Yeah. Kailash, what's news? How you been? Have you been traveling? Or you're just chill in the UK at the moment? Yeah, I think that's also true, like the whole pandemic thing. That's why having a government like, you know, like the Danish government, or even I think in Sweden and Switzerland they do it as well, where if you run into trouble, like the government actually supports you, you know. I'm not saying that there's like, oh yeah, it's the perfect government or whatever, but I just feel like in, especially a lot of, not Slavic, I don't know what the word is, like, not like Scandinavian. I don't know. But you know what I mean. In a lot of the northern countries, I feel like there is this kind of, it's the way that it should be. Like the government is a public servant, right? Like the government doesn't control you in the sense that they make laws, sure, and they obviously have to like make sure that they know who's being born and who's died and who's gotten married and all that other stuff. But it's far less controlling than a place like America or South Africa or even the UK, you know, where it's like they just pass these laws and then the average person doesn't really get a say. I feel like there's a lot more, I don't know, there's a lot more accountability, I guess, and there's also a lot more support from the government. Like, what is welfare like in Denmark? Morning is with the people in the past. Yeah, I agree. Bye. You miss I missed having you guys. Yeah, for sure. Today is the best day. I agree. Today is pretty cool. Not gonna lie. Just working and looking after my puppy. Oh yeah, so cute. Here's a new one. Yeah, got a new little puppy. Yeah. Or is it the same? It was the same dog that that you had on your logo, correct? Sorry, I'm just getting back into the swing of things, so I'm a bit like all over the place. It's been a while since I've streamed, but yeah. So how's Lizzie doing? How's the 10 weeks old? Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, same breed, different dog. Okay, makes sense. What is that? That dog is like a, what do you call them? It's a Malamute, I think. I might be wrong. I don't really remember. Yeah, we have a I don't know, this city's weird when it comes to dogs, because they have, I find like they have a lot of people like to have, oh yeah, there you go, an Australian cattle sheep, okay, cattle dog, yeah, I remember now. But they're super active, yeah. You have to take them for a walk like all the time, don't you? She has the day off and just happy to chill for a bit. Nice. That's good. Yeah, you gotta chill every now and again. And that's great, because doesn't she, it's a long weekend then? Running about, yeah, exactly. There's so many. Have you ever seen those, the treadmill places for dogs? I don't know if you guys have ever seen them. They, I don't know if you can get it at a gym, but that would be pretty cool. Like, if you had a gym and then you had those treadmills, those dog treadmills, and then like you could just take your pet to gym with you. I think that could be pretty cool. Oh, she works on the weekends. Oh, okay. Yeah, unfortunately. But it's good that she's got a Monday off, so. Because Mondays can be stressful. Yeah, I watched this really interesting, it's not really a documentary, I don't know what it is. It's on Netflix. It's called The Hidden Life of Pets or something like that. It's so interesting. And like one of the big takeaways was that so something that they're starting to understand about animals, which this blows my mind, right? Because this completely, it confirms everything I've ever believed about animals, right? Like I've always believed that animals are far more empathetic than we are. Dexter, welcome to the stream. How you doing? I'm doing good. We're just chilling. What are my pets doing when I'm not looking? Yeah. Exactly. It's exactly like that is the premise sort of the trailer. But then the actual series isn't really like that. So yeah, their thing is that animals are far more empathetic than human beings are. And a reason for that is, so empathy is something that we now believe is a part of our evolutionary, we evolved to have empathy to survive, right? Because if we cannot empathize with the people around us and we can't have sympathy for them, or you can't build bonds, so you can't connect to people, so you wouldn't be in a group and you'd be isolated and then you die because nobody would be helping you, right? So the way that we evolve and become stronger and better is by helping each other. So we evolved to have empathy, but what they're saying is that animals have like heightened empathy because they are a lot of the time, so we're very unique in the sense that we are not a prey species per se. Like nothing really hunts us because we're the top of the food chain, right? So we don't have, like, we have people who have a lack of empathy because they don't feel like they're in danger. I don't know. Anyway, that's like a separate conversation. So they're saying that because a lot of animals, even like big predators and stuff like that, can be prey to other things, they need to be hyper aware of their surroundings and hyper aware of the other animals that exist with them in an ecosystem, right? So like, for example, if you want to be a successful hunter, you need to know what the deer is going to do if you chase it, right? So you got to like pay attention to its body language. And then if you are a prey animal, you've got to be like aware of your surroundings and aware of also people. So the way that pets evolved was because pets rely on us. They
Drink water, you dehydrated.
I don't actually, no, I do have water, yeah. Yeah, so because they evolved with us, they have to be like hypersensitive to know what we are doing and whether there is danger around us. So it's really interesting. Like the whole series is just super interesting as to how pets have evolved with us and yeah, around us. It's really cool. Twitch removed the friends list thing. I can't see who's streaming. What? What do you mean the friends list thing? How does that even work? We pay high taxes and support the government that way, but the government is there to give back and help people have the same high standards of opportunities, no matter your background, income, and social status. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. That's such an awesome ideal for like existing in a society. Like, I keep saying the same thing because to me it makes sense. Like, a government shouldn't be a ruler, right? Like, that's why we got rid of kings and emperors and all this other shit, right? Because we didn't want somebody to like rule over us. So then we got governments. And it's like a lot of governments think that they're rulers of the country, but they're not. They're actually admin. They should be servants of the people. That's why they're called servants of the people. Like, they should be there to admin stuff, like building my roads, because I don't want to have to build a fucking road myself, right? So yeah, that's how the government should be run, in my opinion. Hey, on my friends list on Twitch, I could easily see who's streaming. I follow a lot of people, so sometimes people don't show up on live list. Yeah, that's true. That's interesting. I never knew there was like a friends thing. See you soon, Kalash. Okay, what is that? That is not what I wanted on the Slayer. Yeah. So do you guys have pets? I know Kalash has a dog. Cleo, what are you doing? I think Wednesday has settled down, so yeah. Come to Denmark then. It ain't perfect, but we're working on it. Yeah, I agree. I think that's cool. I think it's something that a lot of different countries should be working on. Oh, hey, Wednesday, there you are. Butt in your face. I need to follow streamer if you want to see them on your sidebar. Yeah, when they are live. Yeah, I find though sometimes they like some of the streamers don't show up. You have a cat? That's cool. We has cat. Hey, Wednesday. Are you a cat? Or are you just a whiny baby? That's cool. What kind of cat do you have? Just usually take in random street dogs or cats. Right now I have a cat. That's cool. Yeah, strays are the best. I don't know. They have really cool personalities. All of our cats are strays. Or were strays. Were strays. They're not strays anymore. Now they're just fat. Cats are really interesting, I think. There was another, because obviously Netflix suggests things based on what you watch. So there was another one, I think it's called How Cats' Minds Work. If you like cats, that's a really interesting, it's like a documentary movie. Maine Coon! What a sweetie. Are they big? Spell it like that, because Twitch, it doesn't like the C word. Really? That's crazy. Twitch does some weird shit. Remember when you didn't have channel points and we used the Streamlabs point system? How things have changed? Yeah, that's true. Now we have channel points. Channel points are going to be changing, but I'm a bit concerned about what they're going to change to, because so what I'm working on is I want to make the channel more D&D themed, and I'm going to set up a VTube model for a witch, like a D&D witch essentially. And it's going to be based around occults and that kind of thing. So I don't know what to make my channel points, but then I was thinking oh yeah, I could make a Kool-Aid, but I don't know. I don't know that Twitch is going to be okay with that. So yeah. Follow it. Nice. Okay, follow it is bugged. Hold on, let me see what the Nightbot. Nightbot TV. No, let me log in. I just want to log in. Make me log in every time. It's so annoying. Yes. God damn. Nightbot's having like a little nervous breakdown for some reason. Okay, let me see what the commands are. Yeah, it should tell you. It should tell you. Doesn't Twitch like automatically tell you what your followage is? Oh, it works for me. Did not work for me. Oh, I see. It says, yeah, it says you're not following. Since not following. Yeah, I see that. I understand. Yeah, since not following. Why? Maybe the API I'm using is incorrect. Because I'm using this. Hopefully this is I'm gonna copy some code and I'm gonna put it in chat and see if it works. Yeah, like that's the code that I'm using, but I think it's probably outdated because I set it up like 2 years ago. So yes, Wednesday, relax. She's big enough. The males usually get even bigger though. Yeah, I've seen a couple of them in our city. Like they get really big, like really big. I can't see my follow time if I'm on mobile. Yeah, it's broken. I need to change that as well. So it works, but then okay. Mariette, welcome to the stream. How you, Tommy? Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate it. And the fur, it's everywhere. I agree. 100%. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna make a note that I need to fix the followage thing because it's obviously the code is outdated. So where's my note thing? Here we go. Fix. Oh, we're reaching that point of the day where my brain just stops working. Yeah, how do you deal with the fur? Because the thing is, like, they get really furry. Like, I know with Wednesday, she gets hella furry. And then there's just fur everywhere. Although she's actually kind of good because she tends to groom herself a lot more. Most of the fur actually comes from my ginger cat. So, yeah. And are they okay with being brushed? I guess that depends on whether you kind of train them from young or not. Monk's Nightbot. You know what? I'm gonna make that an emote too. Okay, so I'm gonna add that to my list of. Yeah, we need emotes. We need some emotes. I'm a cleaning freak, so I try to keep it under control. Sometimes you just want to take a vacuum cleaner and just like vacuum them. Even though it won't work. Yeah. Welcome, Tommy. I'm actually excited for tonight's session. I mean, I say that like I'm usually not. I usually am. But I think tonight's session is going to be really fun. I have plans. Okay, it's fine. Yeah. Spelty, when are you streaming? You're streaming today, yeah? She's okay with being brushed. She's not digging it, but she accepts it. Yeah, fair enough. Time to kill the next party member. Yeah, listen. You never know. I might just. Does anything, Vossler. Yeah. That's true. So true. Oh, it's gonna be awesome. She loves cuddles, so that makes it a bit easier to keep her close. Yeah, that's good though. That's good though. Is she like an apartment cat, or does you let her out and she can go and run around and do stuff? Because I know with Maine Coons they're a bit they can be a bit like they need a lot of exercise, I think. Actually no, that's not working for me. I was gonna do it like that, but I'm gonna do it like this instead. What's your favorite type of pet that you've had up until this point? Oh no, I didn't want that. I want this one. I didn't like that. Want me to slam that? Oh hey Wednesday, are you back? Little butt. Oh, it's a little butt. Yeah. I shaved her. We shaved her. So now she is. Well, actually, it's been a few weeks, so like her hair's growing back now. Hey Wednesday, is her hair growing back? Yeah. Who knows? Maybe at some point I'll get like a cat cam or something. Or maybe I'll just convert this into cat cam and be a VTuber. Mainly an apartment cat, but we have a big outdoor area where she can come and go if she pleases. Oh, that's nice. She can leave the apartment whenever she wants. Yeah. Yeah, they can be like that. Full skin GoPro cat. Yeah. In small picture in picture, exactly. Imagine that. Like, imagine that could actually be pretty cool. Like, if I had a GoPro that was like wireless, and then I just put it on like their harness or something, and then you could see like the cat running around the house. Wait, did I? Alright, okay, it's all the same there. God damn. Ugh, it's fine, it doesn't matter. It's such a small detail anyway. I kind of want to do this. Okay. It makes so much noise in my street. But that's because I have the window open. I actually have to keep the window open, otherwise this room becomes super, super hot. And then I die. How's everybody's weather? It's like really hot in the UK now, isn't it? think that's about the same. It's raining in Wales, so nothing new. That sounds pleasant, actually. Not gonna lie. I wouldn't mind some rain here. I went yesterday because I woke up like really, really early for some reason yesterday, and then I went for a run in the morning because I do that sometimes. I'll wake up early and I'll be like, oh, hey, what am I going to do? Okay, cool. I'll just go for a run, which is really nice. But because it hasn't rained in the city for a good few weeks now, it's so polluted. Like, we live between mountains, essentially. So we live in like this little valley dip, and it gets like the pollution just doesn't go anywhere, because even when it's windy, it just kind of like circles in this valley. So yeah, it was really, really bad. Tried that once. Mainly got footage from under the couch. Oh, I like that. That's cool. I want to do that now. I want to see. Who's meowing? Shame, there's this like gray cat that I don't know. I don't actually know. I feel like somebody's let them out of the apartment, and I can't tell whether they like abandoned them or if they get, I mean, they must be fed because they haven't died yet, right? So I don't know, but they just keep, like, the cat keeps coming to my window or like just beyond my window, because the way that the building is, like, the building's in an L shape, and there's like a ledge on both sides, but the ledges don't connect, so it can't like come into my house. So it just sits there and meows in the corner, and then, but they've stopped now, so I think they're just meowing at Wednesday or something. Live in the only Scandinavian country without mountains, really? Are the mountains near me good for hiking? They are amazing for hiking. Georgia has some gorgeous mountains. We're in the Caucasus, so we're like, it's a bit weird. It's kind of like the higher you get, it kind of looks like Switzerland, like very picturesque. I'll show you some pictures now. Oh, baby cat. Yes, Wednesday, go visit. Just trying to see. So there's like, if you want really good mountain views, Svaneti and Bakhmaro are two really good. Discover top 7 highest mountains in Georgia. Yeah, they're really good for hiking. And some people come up here for to like climb the mountains specifically, to go mountain climbing, not just hiking. Yeah. Well, I'm not originally like from Georgia. I just live in Georgia. But yeah, at some point I would really, really love to maybe own, like, I don't know, just a piece of land in the mountains here, because the mountains are just so beautiful. Have you ever been to Georgia? 5,000 meters. Yeah, exactly. It's high. I think one of the things I really enjoy about being so close to the mountains and stuff is, okay, so even though I live in Tbilisi, which is kind of where the mountain ranges start, almost in the center of Georgia, it can be really, really dry here, but if you travel for like an hour, you're in the mountains, and I love the fact that it snows. It's starting to be, yeah, some amazing views. We went up with a friend of ours to a valley called Bakhmaro. Yeah, Bakhmaro. And they have like this thing where in Georgia a lot of people own property, right? So the like rental culture here is usually for tourists, because so many people, it's like Italy basically, where a lot of people just own property. And one of the nice places to own property is a place called Bakhmaro. And it's like, you can't really stay there in winter because it gets too cold, and it's like 2-3 meters worth of snow that ends up there. But in the summer, it's absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, if you ever decide you want to go mountain climbing, I can definitely recommend Georgia. And I mean, the hospitality here is amazing. Food's pretty good. Okay, so that I'm gonna say that one's, no wait, it's not done, and I'll tell you why. I forgot to do something. I'm gonna say I need maybe that, I don't know. Okay, so don't know how well this is gonna work. Nah. Okay, so that's not gonna work. I'm gonna do this. Delete that real quick. And then I'm going to put you there. And I'm going to make you a different color altogether. Nope. Okay. Sorry, concentrating. You've been in Georgia plenty of times. Your girlfriend lives in Switzerland, but her family comes from Georgia. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. I have a friend who she works for like the Swiss embassy. She moved to not the UK, to America, to work in New York. And yeah, Swiss people are pretty cool. But yeah, there's a lot of like Georgians who can leave the country, tend to leave the country very often and like go to other places, and they become quite successful. So yeah, so go to visit them as often as possible. That's cool. So what like where does their family stay? Nightbot, what are you doing? She said, come on, give away. It does not exist. Oh wow. But it's not even like, it doesn't even, oh, it doesn't exist. Okay, so this is one of my timers. I have timers? No, stop. I do this. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's for later. That's for next week. I'm gonna be giving away some emotes next week, so yeah. That's yeah. I don't know. It was very interesting moving here, and I really enjoy it here. It's like of all the places that um, we could have come to in Europe, I feel like it's great. It's Georgia's kind of like this in between of everything, if that makes sense. It's like right on the edge of Europe, but it's also got like Asia, and then it's got Turkey, and then it's got like the. Excuse me, Wednesday. What is this? What is this? Yeah. Yeah, so it's really interesting, and also it's great to get to know the different cultures and stuff like that, because we have like a friend of ours who is a girl from Kazakhstan, and then another friend of ours recently moved to Kyrgyzstan to start doing work. She's like a teacher. Her and her partner are teachers, and they teach together. So we might go and visit them there. Like the stands are really interesting. Definitely entering there next week. Sweet. I'm excited. So Ballads city names. Yeah, they're kind of difficult as well, because it's like Georgian names are difficult to remember, I think. But I know they live in a small village in the south part, not far from Kutaisi. Okay, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of, but Kutaisi is like, I think I know where you're talking about. That would be in like Godari region, I think. So they're near the mountains, correct? Yeah, Wednesday. Yeah, so if that's south of Kutaisi, that's kind of the region that we want to live in. Well, yeah, ours is a bit more southwest. For us, is like the best. Bakhmar is southwest-ish. There's a lot of nice places there in that part of the country, for sure. Yeah, probably more mid, yeah. So far from the mountains. Oh, okay, yeah. So not that far. That's cool. Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's such a good place to come on holiday. I think there's so much nature here, and the thing that I love about it is, so growing up in South Africa, if you said that you were living like outside the city, then you have to specify like you're living in the suburbs, because most of the time if you're living outside of the city, you're living on a farm, and if you're living on a farm, you're like 3 hours away from anything that's functional. So yes, but in Georgia, when they say like they're out in the middle of nowhere, they mean like an hour away, and you still have like electricity and running water and all that other shit. So yeah, that's cool. Okay, so I'm gonna duplicate this, and I'm gonna merge that, and then I'm gonna move it. So Denmark's flat, yeah. But what do you guys like? What is your nature like? I have no idea why, but this character is giving me like heavy Harry Potter vibes. I don't know why. I don't know why. Just this one, not the rest of them. Just this one is giving me Harry Potter vibes. I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna save this real quick. And then I need to send it to my client. And then, yeah, we're pretty much done with this actually. As flat as a pancake. What was the question? Oh, what is your nature like? Do you guys have a lot of like forests and stuff? Because I know it's flat, but like, is it elevated high enough to have all these forests, or is it just meadows, or is it like, because I know it's not desert, that's for sure. I want to go to Turkey so bad. I just want to go already. Okay, I see why you guys have such a flat country, because you're actually very coastal. Meow. What's going on Wednesday? I don't know why, but I always thought that Britain was like right next to France, near like Madrid. I don't know why, but that's always been the thing. But now that I'm looking at the map, I'm like, oh hey, they're like next to the Netherlands, basically, above France. Shush. That's just how it is, okay? Education. No, I don't think it has anything to do with my teachers. I think I'm just dumb. Like, I don't know. It's weird. Sometimes I only discovered this as an adult, right? So I never thought about it, and I never thought that I had any problems with learning. I just thought learning stuff was hard, right? Like in school. Because as soon as I'm not interested in something, I find it very difficult to learn it, right? And then I was reading something the other day, and it turns out I have like something called dysgraphia, which when you are like learning, sometimes what happens is in my brain, like I will rewrite that memory. I don't know how to explain it. Like I just remember something incorrectly, basically. So it's like that. Like I'll look at a map and I'll be like, oh hey, this was the map. And then for some reason my brain goes like, no, that's not how the map looked. It looks like this, right? And then I'll remember, like I'll have learned it. Somebody will have told me something and then I'll remember it completely incorrectly. Most of the landscape is cultivated land, yeah, with grain fields and such, but we also have plenty of beach and oak forest. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I was looking at the map now. So it's mostly like coastal actually, because you guys are essentially like pieces of the different mainlands. Inception. Yeah, it's really weird. So now what's cool about that is like now obviously I understand that my brain does that. So I can, before I would get like really defensive, because you know, like if somebody said to you, right, if somebody came to you and they were like, oh, do you remember this time you did this thing? And then you're like, that's not how I remember it, right? Or like, oh, did you know this fact? And then I'm like, that's not how I remember it. So I always thought I was going mad. I always thought like, I don't know. I thought maybe, I don't know what I thought. I thought maybe like there was something wrong, like genuinely wrong with my brain. in the sense of like going to a nut house kind of wrong, right? And then it turns out, no, there's actually a lot of people who have this same problem. So yeah, so now I'm glad because it's kind of like dyslexia basically, but with your memories instead of with just numbers. So I'm happy about that because then I can go like if somebody says, oh hey, do you remember this time? I'll just be like, yeah, I guess that's how that happened. Yeah, you're surrounded by water. I always forgot I actually live on an island. That's true. But isn't it an island? I guess, yeah. Yeah, like where Copenhagen is, it's basically an island. It's like a very small connection to the mainland. Does it actually split there? Yeah, it's a bridge, so it is technically an island. And then it's connected to Germany. Yeah. Wow, Germany is bigger than I thought it was. And also Poland. I don't know why, but I thought Poland was where Slovakia was. How do you even map? I honestly, like, I thought, okay, so this is how I thought Europe looked, right? Based on, like, what I remember from school. So I thought Ukraine was smaller. And then I also thought that Romania was above Poland. I don't know why, that doesn't even make any sense. And that Poland was very small, like Slovakia, and actually was where Slovakia was. And that Hungary was where Poland is. That's me. That's my Wednesday. Your butt is everybody's face. Yeah. Yeah, it's like literally like it's like the first time I'm seeing the fucking map, honestly. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I don't know what you want. Oh, yeah, sorry. I don't fucking ads. I forget that ads actually happen. No, I didn't ask anything. I was just talking about how little I know about the European map. Now I'm an idiot. Yeah, I don't know. I imagine if you like live in a specific, because you know obviously you will know your own map better than you know other countries' maps, right? Or other like continents' maps. So like I know the South African map obviously, because I see it all the time, or I did. I saw it all the time when I was younger. But then like the European map, I think we had a lot of in our history classes and stuff. We had like a lot of European centric history, obviously, and then occasionally like American history. But I think the problem was that our, at least for the like year or so that I went to high school before I started homeschooling, history was like taught in a class where we didn't have like a world map. We had, so we'd have like sections. So they go like, oh, today we're learning about like the French, right? And what's his face? The short guy who actually isn't short, Napoleon. And so then they would give you a map of like France, but without context of France. Does that make sense? So like we weren't continuously seeing the European map. So I have seen the European map before, and based off of that, like seen stuff. So yeah. But yeah, after I did homeschooling, I stopped being interested in history. Like history was so fucking boring. I'm just putting it out there. Oh, you know what I need? I need to see this person's model. Where did I even put it? Oh my god. Wow, they're being really noisy downstairs. They have a truck outside. I need to close my window and come back. No, stay. Stay, baby. Stay. No, stay. No, just good. Yeah, it's fine. Cool. So I might might I do? I might. My brain is getting a bit weird. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna try and finish up this emote, and then I might actually just play a game because that's kind of what I feel like right now. No, Wednesday, not on my desk. Come, baby. Come. Come. Yes, you can sit on my lap. Yes, cat rubs. No. No. She's a very specific meow to say no to things. And also when she's shouting at everybody. She loves to shout at everybody. Okay, I just need to open my coffee real quick and confirm what I was doing with this client, and then bam, 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 bam. I have a million tabs open. Oh, it's pain. You know what is so I don't know what the deal is with watching like YouTube videos and that kind of stuff on Twitch anymore. Do they allow that kind of thing, or is that over? Like that's just it's just not allowed anymore. I think I was only taught about the Danish history and World War II in school. Everything else is something I've learned when I was done with school. Yeah, that's the thing is like the history that I was being taught I was not interested in, right? But I do actually love history. Like when I learn about something new from history, I'm like, oh my god, that's so cool. Like I didn't know that. That's really interesting. So I love that kind of thing. I like to watch like history channels and whatever, but I hate the subjects that they had on history, and I also hate the amount of detail that you had to learn about that subject that was irrelevant. Like, okay, so for example, right, my partner Miles, he loves war stories and war history and that kind of stuff, right? So like he'll sit and he'll watch endlessly like details about World War II or World War One, or like, you know, invasions and stuff like that from the Roman times and all that other stuff. And it's like, for him, that's super, super interesting, right? And knowing all those little details. But then like for me, knowing those details, firstly, is useless. Secondly, why are you testing me on them? Because again, they're useless. Like I'm never going to use that information later on. Like who cares what date this fucking general did this thing for in World War II when it's like a minute battle, right? And then it was like, you know, the subject matter that interests me in history is like great artists, for example, you know, people who had like an impact, or their story, their life story. And I'm not talking about Van Gogh. Like Van Gogh can go fucking dick. I'm talking about like oh, what is her name? I can't remember her name. There was a chick who used to paint for I think she was Danish actually. She used to paint for what's his name? Not Henry VIII. Lady of Versailles. Fuck man, why can't I remember her name? She's super famous. Cake bitch. Marie Antoinette. So she used to paint for Marie Antoinette, and she was like, her father was a very famous painter, and at the time, you know, like that kind of skill was passed from like, you know, the father to the son, but he didn't have sons. So he was like, well, cool, I got a daughter, just treat her like a son, that's fine. So he taught her how to paint. And then she even had like, she was, because I think it was around the time of, not Michelangelo, the other one. Cake bit. Yeah, that one. Yeah, so she had like gotten mentorship from other very famous male painters of the time. And then eventually she made her way into Versailles and into the court, and she became the painter of Marie Antoinette. And like that kind of shit interests me. Like that's super, super interesting. Or like, who was the person who invented like specific types of farming? for example, or like who was the person who invented like specific ways of knitting stuff, you know, or like how did people during the Victorian era like clean themselves or clean their clothing or like keep specific clothing or sew specific stuff. Like that shit interests me, right? But you never learn any of that. Like that's actually important stuff to learn, because you know you learn through your history, and we're so focused on things like wars and like, you know, who invented this type of, who like conquered this land or whatever, you know. So we're very focused on that kind of thing, and I'm just like, oh, I wish we were more focused on the shit that actually makes sense. So yeah, that was my gripe with history, my problem with history. Let them eat cake, bitch. Yeah, exactly. She didn't even say that, to be honest. I kind of feel for her, because like her actual story is a bit fucked, and it makes sense as to why she behaved that way, when you look into who she was as a person and like what happened to her, and how they had basically, like, her family had sold her off to French royalty. Sold her off. I mean, it was a political deal, obviously, but then they did it when she was like super young. And they just put her in a carriage one day and they like sent her on her way to France. And then when she got to France, they tried to belittle her and shit, and they treated her really badly. And then she spent all of her life in the palace. She didn't know what it was like out on the streets of like Paris, or not Paris, but France in general, while people were starving and that kind of stuff. So like, to a degree, I understand where her craziness came from, and she's not the worst person who's ever existed. Like, I think Henry VIII and many before him kind of take the cake on that one. So yeah, I don't know why she gets such a bad rap. Now, where is my file? But yeah, for sure, I think history is great, because like I say, you learn a lot from it, and you learn a lot from the people. And the other thing that I really like about history that I think was a detriment, and is still a detriment to a lot of history classes that we have. Have you heard Marie Antoinette? No? Post a link? Yeah, is the fact that we look at history through this lens of we're better than they were, so we don't associate with people of that time as human beings, right? Like, one of the most fascinating things for me, I will have a look at it now. One of the most fascinating things for me when I first started like getting into history, was the idea. Oh, video's not available in my region, I guess. God damn. Okay, I'll have to find a like a different link or something like that. I'll Google it and I'll see. Yeah, it was the fact that like they were kind of, I don't really know how to explain it. Like, there's no personality. It's just like these people were doing stuff, and these were the dates that they were doing it on, and like, you know, this general was a specific type of person, but then it's like nobody is just one type of person, right? So I was listening to this really interesting, because Miles was watching it last night, and it's actually about the crucifixion of Jesus, right? Which is interesting, because I was like, what? Why would you be listening to this? And then it goes on, like the document. I'll see if he maybe has a link or something like that. But the documentary is essentially about Pontius Pilate, actually, and how Pontius Pilate is painted by like the Gospels as this certain type of person, and he was like weak and he listened to Jesus and stuff. But then they go into like the actual psychology of it, and how he used the situation to his advantage to kind of like blame the rabbis of the church or whatever. He felt pretty reasonable. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because like you know, he obviously doesn't want to make enemies with the people that he is governing, because he became a governor of that region, right? Like Rome gave him that region. So, and at the time there was a lot of like like an uproar and like revolution and that kind of stuff, because you know the people of that particular city didn't want to be ruled by a Roman, right? Like who the fuck does ever? So we need a history education stream. I think that's cool. That's like such an awesome that would be great. Like we just choose a person from history and then we like get to sit down and discuss like why this person was irrationally erratic, like a lot of people are painted in history, or why they were actually just like a functional person and they were just doing their job, you know? Because I love the way that they were talking about Pontius Pilate and like, oh, he actually like it was a very intellectual person and he was very smart and he like managed to deal with this revolution thing and like the whole Jesus thing in what would be like a normal political sense, where he didn't want to create a martyr. So what he did was he went around and he got the rabbis to rebel against Jesus, which was the whole like idea. And then he said to them at the end, like what's really interesting is he said to them at the end, he's like, do you believe that there is a king of the Jews? And at the end, like they admitted, they were like, we don't accept anybody as a king of the Jews. And so they had kind of fulfilled this thing that they had given him incentive to go back to Rome and say, look, these people are unruly and we need to deal with them and we need to like make sure that because they didn't want to be ruled, if that makes sense. So yeah, it was really clever. It's like really, really clever. So I found that very interesting. And also history is like super varied and it's got all these different like times and cultures and stuff that we don't really see anymore. But yeah, what do you guys think? What's your like favorite time? If you could go back in time and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna live here, what would that be? Living permanently in the past sounds like a pain. Yeah, fair. It is actually true that we probably live in like so many people complain all the time. They're just like, oh yeah, the world's ending, or like it's so shit and this economy is crashing and that's doing this and blah blah blah, and we live in a pandemic. And I'm like, you realize that this is probably the best era to have lived in a pandemic in. Like imagine you were in a pandemic in like the 1910s. Like imagine that. Imagine that you didn't have the internet, you couldn't communicate with people, you couldn't really leave your house. Like, we're fucking blessed. Not that the pandemic is. Yeah, exactly. Live through the fucking Spanish flu. Yeah, you died. For sure. Yeah, or like childbirth. Like how many people like died? How many women died giving childbirth? That doesn't really happen anymore. You know, how many people died from like the fucking chicken pox? That doesn't really happen anymore. We live in this like societal level of comfort that is beyond what we've had before. Like even if you were like in Rome, right, and the height of being like a Roman what do you call it, like a diplomat or something like that, and you lived really, really well. Like think about the level of not hygiene, because we as human beings, actually, we, even during the dark ages, like there's this myth that people didn't bathe. That's not actually true. And depending on the culture that you came from, like some cultures are meticulous, right? Like there's certain shit you can't do. They're cleaner than we are today, right? So you can't really even say that. But could you imagine like all of the stuff that we use to keep ourselves clean or to keep ourselves entertained, or like none of that existed, you know? Like you couldn't just switch on a TV and then, oh hey, there was a show. Like that shit had to be rehearsed and stuff. Yeah, the TLDR of living in a pandemic 1990. Yeah, it's true. I mean, unless you were like, I guess what they back then would have termed a witch, because there were people who managed to, like, they knew about how like germs and that kind of stuff worked to a degree. Where we have to take showers. Yeah, yeah, it's true. Um, yeah, there were people like, okay, so for example, there would be, you know, some person who lived, and this is really interesting because this was something that was mentioned in the how cats minds work video. And it was like, what ended up happening was there would be people who still had knowledge from like other cultures, or it's been like passed down, like how to make soap and how to keep your stuff clean. And so what ended up happening was people who kept cats were seen as witches very often in like the Middle Ages, because people would keep cats in order to get rid of the rats, because there was a rat problem, and then that would keep away the fleas, because like if cats are well cared for, they're not prone to having fleas, right? So that would keep a lot of like the plague and that kind of stuff away. So then they would be healthy, and the rest of the village would get sick, and this person wouldn't get sick. So they would be like, oh, you're a witch because you've cursed us, or something like that. So it's really, really interesting to see how just like a little bit of knowledge can keep you safe as a human, I guess. No worries. Had to phone like a million vets to book a back appointment. Oh yeah. Yeah, that is a bit of a pain in the ass. I feel you. Where are you getting it done? Yeah, so we are thinking of having a history show where we talk about history and just interesting stuff. History education stream. I'm really curious because there's so much out there, like what you guys would be interested in learning about. We're learning today. We are learning today. We're always learning on the stream. I mean, that could make such an interesting channel, because I know there's lots of history channels and stuff where you learn about like a lot of the normal stuff that we would learn in school, like I say, wars, or like kingdoms signing treaties and why the maps look the way that they look and that kind of stuff. But I don't know, there must be some, because if you think about it in the context of today, right, and the way that we live today, like there's so much stuff that we, like, okay, for example, right, So you got like this idea that middle class, because there were still middle class people, right? It's not like we didn't have a situation where everybody was poor, right? Like you had peasants for sure, and then in some places you had slaves. But then there was, of course, like a middle class, right? And then there was the elite, the wealthy, and then there were the elites, and then there were like the kings and queens and that kind of stuff, right? So like, what was it like to be a middle class? Because we have this idea that like, oh, women couldn't work before the Victorian era, right? But then that's a lie. I think it's actually during the Victorian era that became a like meme or a like a thing, right? Like you couldn't work and you had to go and marry somebody or something like that. But before that, like there were women who were shopkeepers or who like for example being a, oh, what do you call it, like a person who works in, not a haberdashery, a tailor, for example. Like there were many male tailors, but there were also female tailors who would tailor for women. So it's like, well, what was that? What would that be like? That's super interesting to me. Women work, lies, tin hat theories. All the tin hat theories on this channel, for sure. Yeah, like you obviously had to do stuff, because you couldn't just afford to like have half of your population just not do anything, right? You know what I mean? There's like this idea that women just sat around and did nothing but had babies. I don't think that that's not for, at least not for the middle class and like the peasants. That's definitely, like they were barmaids or they were house servants or that kind of thing for sure. And that at the time, like that was an actual job. It was not seen as like they weren't slaves. They didn't do it for free. I mean, they were paid very little, but it was still a job, you know. Says, welcome to the stream. How are you? Welcome, welcome. If men had any brains, they would have treated women better and got them to work long before they did. The equal pay growth, yeah. Yeah, I thought, just putting it out there, like it would make so much sense. But I don't know. I think a lot of the like female oppression that we've seen I think it's a very recent thing in history, if that makes sense. Like, Law, welcome. I see the name change. That's pretty cool. I do remember you. Welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, I think like, so what's really interesting is we went to Armenia a while ago, and also here in Tbilisi, not Tbilisi, in Georgia. And there's so many, like when you actually dig into their myths and legends and stuff like that, there are so many female rulers in this region. Like, my coffee, oh, it doesn't? Okay, I will have to look at it. I will have a look at it. I'll fix it now. Yeah, like for example, there was a queen who ruled Babylon for like a whole, was it Babylon? I think it was Babylon. I'm not sure. And there was a queen that ruled here as well. In fact, one of their most famous rulers was Queen Tamara in Georgia, at least. And she was so good and so praised by the people that they renamed her king. I don't know why that made any difference. But like she was yeah, she basically like saved the country at some point and had like, for the existence of her reign, there was peace in Georgia. So yeah. So it's really interesting. Let's see, what was I doing? I need to go to my page. Okay, cool. And then I need to go to my Twitch. See, this is also, like, I don't understand people who say that they can multitask. I can't even talk and do something at the same time. It took 50 years for men to invent the helmet. Craig. They made the gentleman's protection device before headgear. Oh, lol. That is funny. Yeah. I think it's quite unfortunate because, you know, if okay, so the image links. Oh, okay. Sorry. So you actually need to click on the image itself and then it should take you to the page. But let's see. Maybe that works better. And I'll also put a link in the actual bio because it can be a bit confusing. Where is it? Markdown? I don't remember what it was. Yeah, I think it's just a difference in perspective. Like having that like female perspective or male perspective. When you put the two together, it makes like a whole functioning perspective of the world. You know what I mean? And it should be a situation where we're working together as opposed to like one side being better or one side being worse or one side being like weaker. Like I also find that so weird. I don't really understand where men are strong. I mean, I know physically, like I understand that, but like the whole why was strength something that was so overvalued. Like if you think about it on a logical level, right? What is the purpose of humanity? Or at least an organism, right? It's to have children and procreate and to have the species survive, right? So then surely the most important thing in your society when you gain consciousness would be the thing that makes that life, right? Which is a woman, because like she carries the baby, right? And I understand that like you have to have sperm and you have to have like a man to protect you in the wild. That would make sense for sure, whatever. But that thing that is carrying the thing that is continuing your line, right? Like surely you would think that that would be important. And to then try and dominate that, like it doesn't make any sense. I don't know. No logic was involved in that process. Okay. Now, where did I put the link? The link is here. Okay, it should work now. I think's for sure. Oh, there you go. Okay, and now it has a little link as well in case anybody misses it. I really feel like pickles for some reason. I think it's the heat. I think it's starting to melt my brain. So Laura, where are you hanging out at the moment? I wouldn't. No. Carefully, my battery's not dying. I did. I made some little colt sheeps. They are super cute. I really want to get my hands on that game. I'm thinking I might buy it on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a little bit on Friday. Maybe we can play it a because I love it. Have you played the game yet? You can have Twitch viewers as followers. That's cool. It looks like fun, but it's not my kind of game. Yeah, there. That makes sense. I haven't stuck around in somebody's stream long enough because I also kind of don't want to ruin it for myself because I know I want to play it. So I haven't really stuck around long enough to know what all of the mechanics of the game are. But from what I can tell, it's like you have to go around and you have to look after your followers and then you have to fight other cults. I don't know. But it looks interesting. It looks super interesting. I didn't even know it existed until like a day before it went live. It's just like, how don't I know about this? It looks so cool. You don't stream for a day and then everything breaks? Yeah. Welcome to streaming. It's the craziest. What are you using for streaming? Just OBS? This track has like really, really deep Stranger Things vibes. I think it is Stranger Things. I think it's like there was a remix. No, it's not. Okay, never mind. I found a YouTuber you need to watch, North of the Border. Oh, I think I've seen them. How do I spell? They do those miniatures, yeah? OBS isn't streamer bot. What is streamer bot? I've never heard of that. Skyrim Book Nook. Oh my god. Yeah. I love this stuff. It's like after a long day of just being like working and stuff, it's the best to just chill on the couch and like watch them make stuff. So cool. I think we've had this conversation before, but you've seen Nerdforge, yeah? Yeah, it is. She is. She's so good. Like, I love the fact that they go out into like nature and stuff, and then she's just like, oh, I'm gonna draw this thing, and then she does it in like 8 hours, and I'm just like, oh my god, why are you so good? But to be fair, you can see she does a lot of studies and stuff. Like, she'll go and she'll learn, she takes like courses and that kind of thing. So it's not just practice, like she's actually investing in her talents. Yeah. And loads of drawing and stuff too. Yeah, exactly. I think it's cool. I think it's definitely, you know, some people get into art and then they only do one thing, you know. But I think in order to kind of flex that creative muscle, you should do a bunch of stuff. You should be doing different things because it just helps the creativity so much, especially if you're doing something with your hands. Like crafting or something. StreamerBot is a nice tool to use. You can do anything with it. Your imagination's the limit. I feel like, but I have coded some extensions for it. Ooh, that's cool. Let me see. I want to see. StreamerBot. And that does it plug into OBS or automate your OBS recording, streaming status, or modify sources? Damn. Yeah, you can integrate a lot of things. Like they've got coffee here, which is cool. Voice mod. Touch portal. What is this? Oh, I see what you mean. Hey, that's cool. That'll give me buttons for when I have a model. Excited. Found it useful, but didn't do much. Yeah. Beam, beam, beam. Okay, I need to go and get some more water because I am starting to fade a little bit, and that is because I don't have enough water. Control your entire OBS with it, channel points and commands. Ooh, that's dope. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, I would love to make some videos like that. I also, you know, getting into like D&D and that kind of stuff, and realizing that I can have hobbies that I like, or not that I like, that I love. Like I don't know. I've had things I love doing, but then I've always kind of turned them into work. Like I used to absolutely love doing art, and now it's like, okay, well, art is my career. which is fine. I don't like regret it or anything. But you kind of have to step away from it a little bit. You know, you can't just be like, oh, I draw for a living and I draw for fun, and yay, I get the same satisfaction. Like, you need variety. So getting into D&D and having that as a creative outlet for me has been really fun. And it's kind of showing me that, hey, maybe I want to try and do other stuff. And like maybe going into nature and doing some painting or learning some new painting techniques or getting some like new tools and making little miniatures and stuff like that. Could be so much fun. I really want to do it. And also, life's too short to be miserable all the time. So, yeah. What about you guys? What hobbies do you have? Something that makes you like super excited. Busy building a game for chat to play as we speak. Dude, that's so cool. Like marbles or like text based? Sleeping. Sleeping is my hobby. Why not? Imagine you had like competitive sleeping. Actually, you know what? I wouldn't be surprised. There's competitive most things. Photography, but you haven't done much in a while? That's unfortunate. You should do it. Sometimes it's hard, like when you get wrapped up in work and then you're just kind of like, it's fine, I'll do it tomorrow, I don't have time. But you kind of have to force yourself. Because I always feel super energized after I do something that I'm like, oh, I don't want to do this. But then I do it and then I'm like, actually, that was fun. Coding is a creative outlet for me. Now I get so lost in it. Yeah, I agree. I think that's something that most people don't understand. Like if they've never worked on code or done anything like developer related, a lot of people I think believe that developers just see it as a job, but it's like being an artist and doing art for a living. Like it is something you're passionate about. You know, it is something that keeps your brain entertained. Trying to get into Warhammer miniatures, but scared to paint. Do it. Do it. Don't be scared. Like that's something I had to train my brain to do as well. Because when I got back into art, I was like, oh, I know how to do these things. And they were like only specific things that I knew how to do. And now I'm like for example, I got a canvas that's chilling behind me. And I think I've painted it like once now, and I might paint it again. I might paint over it again and then try and do something different. But every time it's a new experience, and I'm just like, okay, you know what? It's fine if I fail, because it's actually the first time I'm doing it. So you're not gonna it doesn't matter if you fuck it up. You can just repaint it. You know what I mean? What's up, baby? Oh, okay. Used to make model fighter. Yeah. but never did the painting. Made about 20 Warhammer models, which I enjoyed, but the painting scares me. The first models turned out okay. Yeah. I'll show you when I'm done with it. I still have your Discord. Yeah, that's true, you do. Send some ideas there. Please do. That sounds great. You know what, stream stickers, I want you to go away. Because we don't actually even use you. I don't know why you're here. Okay, so I think no, wait, there's one more thing I want to do here. Read. Okay. I think I'm going to actually do that. This is better. No! Why did I do that? It's on the completely wrong layer. I forgot to add her hand. Okay, so I'm thinking, here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna finish up the base colors for this, and then I'm gonna play some games. Because why not? I need ideas for new games to download. Because I actually started playing Thief again the other day. So I haven't downloaded anything new, and then I'm just like, well, I'm not really interested in anything except for Cult of the Lamb. Cult of the Lamb is I want that. I want that. I'm gonna get it soon. Okay, so that's base colors. Did I save that right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, sweet. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to. I wonder if this. Stone Shot is fun, yeah. Brutal, frustrating, but fun. Stone Shot game. I actually still have I have a list of horror games that I wanted to download a few years ago and play. Yeah, and I still have the links. I don't know. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe we will. Maybe that's what I should do next month. So like the whole of September and October, just do like creepy games, because that would be fun. Wait, how did you sign me in? With whose account? Discord. Oh, okay, so it just like signs you up with Discord. Sorry, I'm talking about a Streambot. Streamerbot. I just. Oh, so complicated. Okay. I'll have a look later. Oh, that's so cool. So on my For You page on Twitch, there's like this old Asian couple that's cute. And they play, I think, ukulele, I guess. That's so dope. I love it so much. Have I played Divinity Origin Sin 1 and 2? I haven't. Let me have a look. I actually haven't done a lot of like the Asian style. Ooh, it looks good though. I might give it a try. Project Zomboid, I've heard of that. It's good. Yeah, actually somebody recommended that the other day, I think. Zombie survival game. If you can survive one day, you have already beaten the game. They're pretty good, but I haven't played them much yet. I heard, I can't remember who recommended it. It might have been you. Who recommended it? Let's see. On Steam, I added to my wish list. Early access. Can I wish list it? Goes you. Team, you suck. Okay. So, what I'm gonna do is I am going to. That can go away. There's so many tabs open. It's just shit. They even take forever to load now. Like before everything was loading fine. Now it's just like, so slow. Close and close. I think it's my Google Drive because I use Google Drive a lot actually. Now that I think about it. Oh my god, you guys have to see this. Have you seen this? It's like it's a caracal. Is that what they call it? Yeah. Serval. A serval. It's a serval. He's like the politest serval ever. Look at this man's. No, why didn't it copy? Okay, there you go. I'm gonna send it to you guys. You'll like it. Peasy owns me so hard. I get too greedy, yeah. Horror games I would know much about other than Resident Evil. Yeah, fair enough. It's like just one more house, then I'll get back to base, and then death. Yeah, games are like that. It's. I feel like that when I play. What is it? Don't Starve. And I'm just like, oh, I'm gonna do this one more thing, and then it's fine. And then I'll go back, and it'll be fine. And then, like, all of a sudden, it's nighttime. I have no fucking torches, and I'm just like, what? How you do this to me? Okay, Stone Shard, I'll have to have a look at. And Divinity Origin. Yeah, they are cute. Very, very cute. I love how he's just like, I'm bigger than you, I will eat you, you stupid little dog, and then he just lets the dog growl at him. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I'm gonna open this. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go on a quick break. And then I will be back in like 15 minutes. And then we'll start playing games. So I will see you guys now. Bye.
Already I'm back.
Welcome back. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't actually know much about this game, and it could be like either really good and like story driven and stuff, or it's gonna be like incredibly cheesy and like super cheesy. So so we're gonna try it out, and we're gonna see. And if it's really cheesy, well, I have an hour. We just have to play it for an hour. Or we could play something else. I don't know. Maybe I'll play some Gwent or whatever. Oh, okay, wait. Cool. Cool, I like it. Get messages in the Discord from the D&D players. Okay, so we're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna start it. So this could be like really fucked up and weird, like Doki Doki Literature Club, or it's just one of those standard, I don't know, weird romance novels. I'll get the wine. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Wait, so how does it work? Do I just, okay, yeah. I don't even remember how we like used to play these, but so basically the premise is this chick is a bard and then she gets kicked out of her village. So yeah, my stomach's churning and empty, my legs are sore. A swath of hemp fabric strung taut around my cheeks and tied in a knot behind my head is chafing against the corners of my mouth. Okay, so she's got something on her head. There's a bitterness in my tongue. I ideally wonder if it's a taste of regret. The two armed escorts right ahead of me, exchanging hushed words. I make a short, unhappy noise to contribute to the conversation. Okay, she's got attitude. I like it. They ignore me. Okay, so the guards and stuff will interact with her. Are you sure? So really, are you? Shouldn't we stop and make camp before sundown? The younger guardsman is jittery and demanding, with a stooped posture that reminds. Wait, I thought she had something on her head. How does she know? Reminds me of a rat. His round face is marred with pockmarks and worry lines. No need, we're making good time. And the other guard, as old and large as a caravan wall, has a deep, crusty voice, well suited to his frame. I once saw him struggle to fit through a door. Ouch. The pockmarked guard glances towards the horizon line, gritting his teeth. But sir, enough. We'll be rid of her today. Be rid of me? Like being rid of some piss-stained rug. How rude! What did I ever do to warrant such objectification? Feeling vexed, I continue to groan and yell against the hemp between my teeth. Oh, okay, so they just shoved something in her mouth. Like, it's not actually over her head. Okay. It's inaccurate and far from the most graceful sound I've ever made, inarticulate, sorry. But I made it sound increasingly urgent. Cool. I wonder if there's like an actual point where we get to do stuff. One of them pulls the reins on these horses, dismounting with a dull armored clatter like a rattling dish cabinet. It's the younger one, good. He approaches me, muttering swears as he reaches back to yank the gag from my head. Convinced, what is it now? Convict, sorry. Okay, so we get to make options, right? Most people buy me a drink before they bring me out, before they bring out the gag. Yeah, I don't know. Barbaric boneheads, the whole lot of you. So, I don't know whether to be like, because it is a bard, right? But I don't know whether we're gonna try and be like charming, or if we just insult them the whole time. I don't know why, but I feel bad for insulting people. Like, even if because I don't really know what she did. She might have done something that's like actually horrible. So, yeah. I don't know. I think I'm gonna be... I kind of also don't want to be like weird about it. You know what I mean? Okay, there you go. That makes more sense. Talk about two stereotypes, right? I was just like, where's the middle ground here? Like, why are you being this way? Like, not all bards are like this. I'm gonna say, I kind of want to be cocky. I don't think shouting and shit's gonna help me in any way. Like, I think they're just gonna get irritated with me. So if we try and be charming, I guess that makes the most sense. I don't know. Okay. He says the words low under his breath through his ears glow a treacherous shade of tomato red. Yeah. Wasn't funny the first time, it won't be funny the next time. There won't even be a next time at this rate we're going. Damn it! I feel like I chose the wrong one. I could say it again pretty fast. I think, no, let's not do that. You really haven't learned your lesson. What's wrong with you? He almost sounds amazed. If his hands were untied, if my hands were untied, I'd twirl my wrist and do a curtsy. Oh my god, this is the worst. Yeah, I agree. I'm kind of like, maybe I want to stop. Can I go back? No, it won't let me go back. Wait, what? I can't go back. I can go back. Does that? No. What? Oh shit! I went. No, I can go back. Oh my god, that's amazing. Okay, yes. Will you make her stop? What did you ungag her for? I'm sorry. You'll all be sorry. Okay. So we were a shitter, but now won't let me do anything. The Pokemon God whirls on me, exasperated. Convex, stop it. You'll attract wolves. My screaming dies down only slightly. You really haven't learned your lesson. What is wrong with you? Okay, so it kind of like, okay, so they kind of go in a bit of a circle, so it doesn't really matter what I choose at the end of the day. Fair enough. Because my hands are tied, I decide to get in his face. I wager you know exactly what's wrong. And then I was under the impression we'd moved past ritualistic sacrifice as a civilization. You see, I thought we were better than all of this. Yet here you knuckleheads are, dragging me through the woods to feed me to a godforsaken vampire. I stomp on a branch when wait, I thought she was on a horse. This is so confusing. When I get close enough, the ensuing crack obscures the sound as I unsheath my dagger from my belt. Excuse me? I palm it under my sleeve in a quick motion, hoping my ruse goes unnoticed. How did they even leave her with a dagger, though? Like, that does not make any sense. The guard stumbles away from me. He draws his sword to keep me at bay, snarling. You keep away, you heretic. Don't come near me. Okay. I raise my bound wrists in front of my chest, widening my eyes to look appropriately frightened. And I still have his dagger. Oh, okay, so she took his dagger, right? Okay, sorry. My brain did not work in that moment. Okay, that makes sense. By the time he clambers back onto his horse, his older companion extends his arm and smacks the back of the young guard's head. Good health is hard to find. Yeah, I agree. Now we have to listen to her belly aching for the rest of the journey. Do we? The younger god rubs his head, sounding defensive. Okay, so they've taken the... Okay, so he didn't even put the thing back on. Like, they just left her. She's caused nothing but trouble. Why not slit her throat and be done with it? Let the wildlife take care of the mains. Yeah, I'm so confused. Why wouldn't you just do that? The old god hits him again. I'd find humor in the slapstick routine they were discussing. If they were discussing my imminent... if they weren't discussing my imminent demise. My bad. Shush, boy, we carry Her Majesty's orders to the letter, you and I. No shortcuts. You know the severity of our laws. Underhanded practice will cost you your damn hands. Okay. The pockmarked guard hunches further these shoulders. His eyes dart around like he wants to argue, but he begrudgingly clamps his mouth shut. I, on the other hand, have a dogged penchant for making my observations known, and I'm blessed with quick... Wait, what? I missed that. Why did I do that? Can I go back, please? No, I can't. Okay, whatever. We missed it. Too bad. Or just cast the fingers if you're lucky. I noticed our wise old man here missing a digit or two. Ooh, okay. Raise my restrained palms, wiggling my fingers. Sometimes it takes a while to like move on to the next thing. I've seen actual battlefields, Harlot. Do not liken me to your crooked bar brawling convict, heretic, and now harlot. Wonderful. I don't know why. What did she do? I roll my eyes and wrinkle my nose at him. I'll bet anything that the old man is lying. Iluva hasn't waged any wars in the past half century. Jeez. Furthermore, he boasted to my jailers that he's been assigned to this post for the brunt of his service to the crown. Okay. But I know better than to push my luck with him. He's more prone to violence than the other guardsmen. I used to lag behind at the start of our journey, defiant and stubborn. The old one never hesitated to yank the rope around my wrists, lurching me right into bramble and sharp stones. I mean, that's not that violent, listen. Defying him, I learned, meaning having scraped palms and knees at best. Our pace carefully slows when we cross over the mossy log, a mossy log, and a series of thick, tangled roots, for the horse's sake, of course, rather than mine. I work my jaw in silence for a while, keeping a measured distance behind them. My grip on the dagger is unwieldy and clumsy. Aiming on towards my bonds is trickier than I imagined. Get in on the action by slapping the stream. Oh wait, okay, never mind. That's. I thought I disabled it. Ah. Give me 1 second. I do need to disable that. Yeah, I don't understand why it's even like sending messages, because technically it's not even, it's like disabled in my settings. Where are my settings? Extensions, there you go. Here it is. Why would you let me do it? How do I just disconnect it? I guess I have to. Can I uninstall, please? Cool, see you in a bit. That's true sticker. I like that. Yeah, I need to remove it because I don't have it available anymore. Stream stickers. Okay, can we? Preferences. What? I don't understand. How does one uninstall something now? Like, Twitch has just changed so much. It's not even active. I just want to disconnect this. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it manually. I'm just going to kick the bot. God, I can't even remember how to do that. I think it's in the Channel point. No. Featured content? No. Okay, I can't find it right now. I will find it later. For the love of God. All right. Okay. So she's trying to escape from these guys. I flinch as the pointed tip jabs against my inner arm. But shoot, the gods a winning smile when they turn to look at me. Oh, I need to be more comfortable. So, good old cursed forest, huh? Did you volunteer to escort prisoners through the blighted brush, or was it an inherited post? Father's father and such. Pockmark God scoffs and mimics my words under his breath. Nothing to fear in those old woods, lass. Not if you're properly armed. Nothing but bears and wolves. People still steer clear because they fear what lies in wait beyond. Surely you know that much. The men don't deign to tell me how they're assigned to their roles. None of my business, I suppose. An overhead canopy of leaves parts, allowing patches of sunlight to heat my scalp and cheek. Okay, I thought it was nighttime for some reason. It's like, what? The journey has been long and exhausting, but not altogether difficult. I'd even consider it idyllic from its perpetual backdrop of birdsong and distantly running water. Any sense of leisure sinks and coils at the pit of my stomach as I realize the birds have gone silent and the sound of water has risen into a dull roar. Before us is a murky disk of water, blemished green with algae, miles long, miles wide, and a harrowingly uncertain depth. A jagged, ostentatious state protruding from the ground like a sword through somebody's back looms across the water expanse. Okay, that's a very weird way of describing that for sure. Not the first decrepit castle I've seen in my travels, but perhaps it may be my last. That's where I'll be staying then? Home sweet home? Shit, I barely shone through the corner of my restraints. Even if I make a break for it now, they'd run me down on horseback. Yeah, I don't know. This seems like... I don't think that it's like the best idea to try and run from them at this point. Or even before then, because they were on horseback. I tried it before, back when they marched me through the Great Plains. They nearly trampled me into paste. Why would you? Wow, she is really dumb. Quiet down, you sorry lass. You may wish to take this time to consider your last words. It's not a bad idea. I could hit you with the real zinger before I go. The old guard groans, mumbling a bitter prayer. I barely have time to hide the dagger before he dismounts and shoves me into with more force than necessary. He loads me unceremoniously onto a ramshackle little boat, leaving the pockmarked guard to deal with me while he tends to the horses. Okay. My breath catches when the remaining guard takes a seat opposite me. His gawky movements nearly makes the boat capsize before we even left the shore. The boat cuts through algae like a knife. Over on dry land, the old guard takes a heavy seat in the grass as he watches the sun descend. It's a more serene view than he deserves. I take a deep breath and open my mouth to shout. Why? Okay, I like this one. Overgrown prude. The young guard bites back a chuckle and clears his throat. I suppose he's freer to find revelry now that we're a safe distance away. As I wearily crane my neck around, I observe how the water completely surrounds the estate. That makes this a moat, but there curiously isn't a drawbridge in sight. At its northeast and west, where it edges, the moat connects to a river. Following one side will likely lead one straight to the Rubicon Ocean. It's quite lovely, really, to be surrounded by such a wealth of natural water. Shame I never learned how to swim. Well, how are you gonna be a bard and not know how to swim? Or just a traveler. Like, you're traveling and you don't know how to swim. What the actual fuck? I don't suppose I could persuade you to ferry me over yonder, all the way around the estate on the other side of the shores. God elects not to reply. He won't even look at me now. Aside from the oars carving through the water, the remaining boat ride is hushed and nerve-wracking. Bitch. I sit up straight and stock still, trying to keep my weight centered despite the stinging insects nipping at my neck and ankles. The sun turns red as it dips closer to the horizon. Okay. It takes half an hour to reach the other side, if not longer. Oh my god. Can you imagine? Beyond the lip of the water is a carved ledge with a pit of trenches surrounding the estate's perimeter. So there's like this dude who lives here and he's supposed to be a vampire and he's just like lives in this guarded, like, why? I don't understand. The guard wastes no time forcing me upright and pushing me off the side. I fall into a roll, barely cushioned by the impact of grassy mud. I aim myself back up with effort, ready to yell the insult boiling at the tip of my tongue. To my surprise, the young god is still up there, lingering at the edge. Wait, so I need some explanation. Like, how did... Where did... okay, so it's like a moat, right? And then did they land on shore? This is confusing for me. I don't know why. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, yeah. When I think Twilight vampires. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's why. With the sun setting behind the god, his features are cast in unreadable shadow. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why are you out here in the middle of nowhere? And why do you have such a complicated system to get on shore? Like, how did he tossed her out of the boat and then she landed where? Because, I don't know, from that description, it sounded like she was going down. Like, there's the moat and then there's a ledge and then that keeps the water at bay. And then there's like a... I'm so confused. His fingers twitch and tap his side. He casts an uneasy glance over his shoulders before finally he grumbles and rummages through his overcoat. Okay. From it, he pulls out the neck of a familiar instrument and throws it onto the ground with me. I cry out as my lute lands in the mud, nearly falling onto my own shoulder as I reach and fail to catch it. You owe me in your next life, convict. I hope this cursed thing provides some comfort in your final moments. I glare up at him. Old guy made you nervous, didn't he? All that talk about cutting off hands for being underhanded. Shut up. I knew you were acting jumpy for a reason. I just knew it. Wait, none of this makes sense to me. You're gonna pawn off my poor little beauty here. Oh, okay, okay, that makes sense. But now you don't want to risk getting caught with it. Heh. She right though. He spits at me before he hurries away. I listen for the sound of the boat splashing into the waters, and then the creak of oars softly thereafter. Now, why is it that when people don't know how else to argue with a woman, they must remark on how frequently she has sex? I mean, she got a point here. With effort, I dislodge the dagger from the inside of my sleeve. It's still unwieldy, but cutting myself loose is a little easier when I don't need to hide the blade from my captors. Yay, we are free! I pick up my lute, carefully wiping off the dirt and grime before I check and adjust the strings. I holster it against my back where it belongs. It's thankfully intact, but I'm not sure I can say the same for myself. I know I need to come up with a plan. I need to explore and get familiar with my surroundings. Seek out a hiding spot while there's still daylight. Okay, so to give you a gist, I don't. From what I understand of the story of what I read on Steam, it's kind of like an Arabian Nights, like 1001 Nights type story, where she is forced to go to this island, and then like they're essentially sacrificing people to this vampire to appease him or whatever, and then she like has to use her storytelling abilities or songs or whatever in order to convince him not to kill her. But my entire body is aching. I won't get far if I push myself to move now. Check on the inside of my clothes for the last of my possessions, kept safe and hidden under the lining. I've never been more grateful to have learned invisible stitching. Well, I don't know. A handful of coins and my songwriting journal. Where? Where did you keep that? Are all I have left. How? Where the fuck did you put a journal? I had a hidden number of small blades on my person, but I was too reckless in my previous escape attempts. I kept getting caught, and they confiscated all my knives. Wow, you sound useless. You sound like you need to die. Yeah. If I had to sing to save my life, just count me dead. Same. What is this even? Oh my god. I can't. It's a guardsman's dagger. Isn't too shabby, at least. Okay. I tuck the blade into my belt, careful not to poke myself. I don't know. Okay, listen. I don't know that I would ever play a character like this in D&D, because I swear this is not the kind of character that survives. This is definitely like we're halfway through the campaign, they did something dumb and now they're dead kind of character. Gotta go was good. Awesome! Thanks for stopping by, Kalash. Have a great day. Have a good day. Chat to you soon. Have fun with your pupper. And good luck with the vaccinations. Tuck the blade into my belt, careful not to poke myself. I'll be ready to use it when it's dark. Yeah. The ledge I fell from. Okay, so there was a ledge. So the river thing is really weird to me, because the river is higher than, or the moat is higher than the ground it's on. So it's kind of like a dike, essentially, I guess. Got work tonight, so gonna go to bed. Awesome. Well, enjoy work. I hope it's good. Okay, the ledge I fell from casts a long shadow. I edge away from it into the remaining light, and I concentrate on taking deep, rejuvenating breaths. This creature of the night, I've heard it can change its very shape. If it pursues me in the form of some animal, I doubt I can outrun it for long. It's wisest to save my strength so I can battle whatever form it takes. After all, I'm determined not to go down easily. Okay. So the objective is find shelter, rest. Duskfall. Wait, what did she do? She did like literally nothing here for a whole while. There's barely a sliver of apricot orange glowing across the horizon, which means my shelter of light dims and shrinks by the minute. Whoa. I am literally gonna, I don't know. Stream stickers needs to disappear. I shiver as the evening cold burrows under my clothes, and I sense the vampire just moments before I hear it speak.
Well, another gift from the crown.
Okay, so I gotta voice act everything else, but this dude gets a voice? What the fuck? Excuse you. The creature's airy serpentine voice moves around me as it prowls beyond the parameter of remaining light. Perimeter, whatever. It's watching me, circling me like a vulture.
What grievous crimes you must have committed to be sent all the way here.
Now I gotta turn up my volume because I can't hear anything. Shit gonna get loud. I draw my dagger, pointing it at the source.
Assessing your dinner, beast? Your mother should have taught you not to play with your food.
Why randomly are you guys like now narrating? The voice lapses into a contemplative My heart hammers against my ribs as I lose track of the vampire in the silence. I twist around, catching sight of its eyes reflected in the moonlight right when it lunges. The vampire snatches me by the wrist. The skin on its dark-clawed hand bubbles under the waning sunlight before it I see. Reaches me into the shadows. My dagger clatters to the ground.
You're talkative. I usually like it when they're talkative.
Okay, I know where we're going with this. This is gonna be hella cheesy, for sure. Excuse me. Excuse me, we were listening to people. Agreed.
But yours is an insolent nature. No doubt you've ended up here by disrespecting some local authority.
That's what gets you killed by a vampire? Like, that's it? Just being, like, disrespectful or not listening to the local authorities. That gets you sent to an island with some weird vampire guy. Sure. The vampire hoists my arm above our heads, positioning us face to face as you... What? Regards me, my bad. I scrutinize him in turn. He bears similarity to a human man, but... I steal a glance upwards, observing his already healed hand with
You smell
dismay.
of chain rust, fresh soil, dried blood, and incense.
Yeah, I'm a big hit with nuns and orphans.
What? Wait, how does that has to be an inside joke? Like, I don't, how do those two things correlate? I'm so fucking confused. When I'm doing this isn't the time for banter. I struggle with his grasp. He steps forward and we remain blanketed under the gloom of the darkness. There's a small clatter underfoot as he drives his boot under my dagger. Oh, okay, because it fell on the floor. Kicks it upright and then snatches the blade out of the air with a fluent motion. He twirls the dagger between his long fingers, raising
Most unusual. Few of my guests manage to smuggle a means to escape their bonds.
Okay, wait, I have to change something here because I feel like the music is too loud and the voices are not. Text font. Oh, but you can have that? Like for dyslexia? That's crazy. Auto speed, text sound settings, thank you. Okay, so music volume, sound volume. Wait, so the sound volume is the voices, right? I'm gonna say that, and then I'm gonna turn the music volume down. Wait, how do I go back? No, what? Return. Oh, there you go. The word that says return. Wait, okay.
If I had to wager, you must be a talented cutpurse, which wouldn't be the worst offense, all things considered.
Stop manhandling me!
With my free open palm, I smack him hard across the face and yank my captive hand free. I mean, how do you even, like, how? How is this possible? This is like he's vampire. Like, I don't imagine that you'd be able to get rid of him. He flinches at the blow, looking more astonished than anything. I don't stay long enough to watch how he reacts next. I run. My lungs are heavy in my chest, and my body is screaming at me to catch my breath, but I can't stop now. There's nothing. Listen, okay, I went for a run yesterday, right, in the morning, and I swear to God, I do not know how anybody, like, you know when you're, it's so easy. Yeah. I don't know how when like in books and movies and stuff like that, people are all like, oh yeah, I was dying. I felt like I was dying and I just ran and ran and ran. I'm like, dude, I do not know what you're talking about. Like if I run for more than fucking 30 seconds, that's probably not true. It's probably longer. But still, if I run for more than 30 seconds, I feel like I'm dying. Like my lungs feel like they are going to explode. There is no way. If somebody was following me or chasing after me or I was being like chased by some wild animal, I would just die. Like 100%. There's nothing I can use in the courtyard. Wait, when did we get to courtyard? My only choice is to head into the estate and hope I find means of escape. What is your fucking problem? Can you not get into the moat? Just get in the moat and swim. He's a vampire. He can't. It's a moat. So technically it's not running water. But it leads to a river, which means that there's a drag, which means it is running water, okay? Just jump in the water. Okay, so there was no actual like progression there. They're just like, oh, suddenly we're by a courtyard. There's gotta be a ladder or something I can use to scale that damn ledge. Oh, okay, so you can't because the ledge is too high, alright. Then I just need to find something buoyant, like a wood panel or a door or something. I run down dizzying identical hallways. Down several cavernous rooms, displacing dining chairs and overturning salon end tables in my wake. Why would you do that? Science with pixels. Listen, logic, bro. Fact and logic. It's just all, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So now you're also just like leaving this trail. I mean, okay, I get it. He's a vampire. You could probably follow like your footsteps or something and know where you were. But can you not leave a trail of... Hello? Can you not leave a trail of evidence of like where you were recently by upturning shit? Wednesday. Wednesday comes. Sit, baby. Yeah, at 5 you will eat. No, you won't eat because you don't eat at 5. But there's nothing I can use to escape. Nothing I can narrow down in my panic. Really? Really? There's nothing you can use. Like nothing. I'm sure there's a vase you could probably like throw and get a piece of glass and maybe cut him or... No? Nothing. Okay. All the while the vampire follows me with an even stride. He rubs his cheek with narrowed eyes.
Will you slow down? This is terribly tedious.
I mean, just kill her already.
No.
He hasn't changed his shape, but I know how quickly he can pounce if I let him near. I can't let him get close. I topple a nearby cabinet, sending it careening onto the floor between us. Like, that's gonna help. Vampire makes a small, offended noise amid the sound of crashing glass. Yeah, I would be pretty upset. You know what? Actually, we're changing this shit up, okay? I'm on his side now. Fuck her. Before you can reach further, I see this standing vase and hold it aloft, ready to throw.
Stop it. Calm down.
Yeah, bitch! Come into somebody else's house and just start breaking their stuff. What the hell? So rude. I pivot my grasp on the lip of the vase, bending my arms menacingly. Water and flowers splash onto the floor.
You dare to tell me to calm down? Really?
There's an audible, muffled sigh when the vampire steeples his hands in front of his nose.
I despise the chase. Look at this blasted mess. You realize no one else lives here? After you're gone, who do you think has to clean up the remains of your rampage?
I'm sorry. Are you criticizing the way I'm fighting for my life?
I feel like I know this voice. I feel like I know this person, this voice
You must
actor.
understand, mortal. Despite what the good people of Illuvia will have you believe, I have no bestial compulsion to take your life. All right?
I don't know whether it's his charm or it's just because he's making, you know what? Facts and logic. Facts and fucking logic. Who goes into somebody's house and starts throwing stuff on the floor? Come on. That's rude.
Though I'll admit you have sorely tempted me with the prospect of your demise, there is a civilized alternative worth considering.
Yeah. A civilized alternative to becoming a weathered, boneless corpse decorating his hallway. I mean, do you see boneless, weathered corpses in his hallway? I don't. So I'm inclined to believe that he's possibly sane. Crazy people. Yeah. Yeah, you see? She's acting hella crazy. Our main character is crazy. I keep the vase aloft, halfway between willful rebellion and uncertain curiosity.
I'm listening.
That is all I ask. First of all, this here.
Yeah. He dangles the dagger from between two fingers as if it's a dirty sock he found in my chamber.
As a show of good faith, I will return to you this nasty little thing.
I mean, it's not
In
going to do
exchange,
anything.
you will not stab me with it. Its blade is neither sharp nor long enough to kill me, but it will deeply annoy me. If I am deeply annoyed, I will be forced to rescind my good faith and tear you to shreds.
Okay, she is 100%. I'm just going to put it, I'm putting it out there. She is 100% that kind of character who would be told that and then would do it anyway. I'm like 1,000% sure, but
Understood.
I think we get to make the choice, so we're not going to be stupid. If I remember brows, but I nod, it makes sense. Oh my god, that made sense to you? Holy shit. We have progress. She's not that bad. If I actually want to incapacitate him, I'd at least need a larger weapon. I've yet to hear any myths where vampires are notoriously weak to standard cavalry dagger. Yeah, that's
Good girl. Here.
Agreed. Tosses the dagger over to me. It slides along the floor until I stop it with the heel of my boot. Why do you even care about this dagger? Like, you know it's useless. Just fucking leave it. I don't bend to pick it
Our
up.
next
Yeah,
matter at hand is the barter. I've been known to spare and set my prisoners free in exchange for knowledge or for an item of substantial value. Fortunately for you, I noticed the loot strapped to your back while you were racing through my abode.
Oh no. I pivot my torso away, trying to in vain to hide the instrument from sight. Wow, she is so
Come
dumb.
now, don't be selfish. Give it to me and you will have your freedom. Your life will be yours again. Keep away from Illuvia and lay low for several years, and the crown will be none the wiser.
I can't.
What?
Okay. Well, you're just an idiot. I don't know what to tell you. I've cared for it ever since I was a little girl. How can I
I
possibly
can't give it
up?
to you. No, I nearly lost it once already.
Nothing is stopping you from purchasing a new one once you have your freedom. Certainly you'll have to save up for a while. I recognize the value of an average instrument, let alone how much an artisan lute must cost now after centuries of inflation. However, you will have plenty of chances to...
No.
She's like,
No.
she's just like, this is this is the
I
heel I'm
won't
dying
give
on.
it to you.
I can't fucking believe it. This is the heel that she's dying on. Really.
Why not?
Why is he angry at me? Hypocrite. He wants it because it's special to you, fucking retard. I raise my voice to match his tone. I can't help it. I get competitive.
You imply me to be insensitive on the grounds of trampling through your home, but what about you? Demanding my only means of providing for myself.
I mean, you can buy a new one.
Your only means? Nonsense. You're able-bodied, young, far from hideous. Once you have your freedom, I'm quite certain you'll figure something out.
Did you... Why? Why is everybody in this fucking game? That's so rude.
Your venerable age must have impaired your hearing then, vampire, because I'm not sure you quite caught it when I repeatedly said no. I am not giving it to you.
Fine. Then you're not leaving.
Swings his hands skyward, turning and stalking towards the nearest.
I
mean,
you'll
he
have fun
asked her for
rotting in
something.
here
Is
for
he
the
telling her
remainder of
she
your
has?
brief and miserable existence, mortal.
That's
At which
exactly
point you
what
and
it
I
is.
might have something in common.
Wait, what? What do you say? I pray you have fun rotting here the remainder of your brief and miserable existence. At which point you and I... Yeah, but... Okay. So he hates living here. Jesus, leave, bro. What the hell? He erupts into a vicious flurry of black mist. Once the smoke clears, I see the flapping outline of a bat soaring out of the window and into the night. I groan between gritted teeth and jostle the stupid vase that I'm still holding over my head. Please just smash it, because I kind of want to. As tempted as I am to smash it, What? I set it down and began gathering the displaced flowers with a dejected sigh. The blooms are vibrantly fresh and fragrant, but they're going to wilt without water. I just got into a screaming match with the vampire and upset him so much that he had to, I don't know, go take an angry nap. What the actual fuck is an angry nap? Is that like, that's like when you're hangry, like you're hungry and then you go and you eat food and then feel better. So like if you have an angry nap, is that when you go to sleep and then you wake up and you feel better? Is that what we not to them? Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna guess that it's because it's set like in a D&D fantasy type world, and just assume everybody's sexist. Like that seems really dumb as well. Like, because I don't imagine somebody who is willing to barter your freedom is the kind of person who would view people like that. Like, I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me. I'm still alive. I should really count this as a win, but I don't know. My chest is tight with apprehension. I wasn't supposed to annoy him. He said he'd rip me to shreds if I annoyed him. Yeah. What have I done? Well, you're not dead. So, I mean, listen. He's probably not going to kill you. I should have offered to barter with something else. Like, what else are you going to give him? There's not much you can give him. I doubt he'd be interested in the few coins I have. I can't bear to part with my music, but he did mention an option to trade knowledge. Yeah, why don't you just teach him how to angry nap as a thing again? For sure. If he's had centuries to experience the world around us, surely there's an obscure nugget of wisdom I can impart. Yeah, why wouldn't you just like teach him the lute or something? You're a bard, you know how to play instruments. It makes sense. After all, I like to think that everyone I meet teaches me something new. I'll have some leverage if I can figure out what he already knows. And if I can't, then I need to find something else to protect myself. The dagger will be of little use aside from cutting rope. I don't think he's ever going to try and kill you. I think he's bored and lonely. Straight Oxalian. Night seems never ending as I creep through the estate. The vampire hasn't shown himself since our earlier squabble, though his absence does little to soothe my nerves. That's a word. I will have to look that up. No, wait, I have to look that up. The meaning. It doesn't even tell you how to pronounce it. Make an unpleasant feeling less intense. Yeah, I mean, I know what it was saying in context, but I've never seen that word before. As any prey animal knows, the deadliest predator is the one you don't see coming. That's very true. Exhaustion weighs against my eyes, but adrenaline keeps me on edge, pulsing through my veins like a heavy drum. The slightest shift of wind-blown curtain makes me jump. I keep expecting those moonlit eyes to be watching when I return. But the shadows are always barren, devoid of vampires. Does he truly mean to sulk the remainder of the night? I suppose I should count my blessings while I can. Fair. As I explore, I notice how each successive chamber is spotless and immaculately tidy, aside from the furniture I disturb, which I take the time to straighten. Well, at least, you know what? I'm kind of going back to her now, because he is a bit of a sulky bitch, and she is kind of fixing the mess that she made. So I will give her that. She's not the worst. I uncovered an abundance of books crowding the shelves and various surfaces, and contain an array of technical topics, including geography, astronomy, invocation, and mathematics. Okay. They're all dog-eared and full of notes. Don't tell me he's read every book in the estate. Bruh, listen, this guy is probably like 1,000 years old. How could he not? I mean, the human can read all of those books, like, that filled an entire estate in their lifetime. What are you talking about? I can't panic yet. I can still narrow this down. Assuming he takes the time to clean these most frequented spaces, I ought to pay attention to what is and isn't covered in dust. Yet even locating a single cobweb presents a unique challenge. Oh, so he's just like out here cleaning all the time. He's super neat. Okay. I set a book down, running my hand across the marble exterior of an engraved fireplace. Even this is pristine, unmarred by old ashes and licking flames. The nearby fire iron, at least, is an encouraging sight. I pick it up and give it a gentle swing, testing the weight, and wince when my arm throbs in protest. Why? Did you break your arm? What is going on? I'll have to remind myself to use my non-dominant hand. Oh, okay, because he grabbed her earlier. Okay. I don't know why, but I'm missing so many cues in this series or whatever. Also, what happened to the music? I thought we had music and then it just stopped. No, it did. It just stopped. We had no music. Okay. We were doing. The fire iron has a dull tip that's unlikely to pierce skin, but wait. Don't pokers have like a, I don't know. Yeah, don't fire pokers have like a sharp edge? I don't know. Doesn't make sense. But a decisive strike should send someone reeling, even an immortal creature of the night. I highly doubt that. If you're not piercing skin, you're probably not going to kill him. Of course, pissing him off with whacking him in the head is the last resort. I'm more interested in jabbing the fire iron into the ledge outside and using it as a handhold to climb my way up. That's smart. That is smart. So I feel like I'm giving points to each character for how likely they are to survive as characters. She's going back. She was dumb. She's not so dumb now. The idea may sound absurd, but it could work. I won't know until I try. Great on the action by snapping this. Oh yeah, okay. God damn it, this fucking thing, because it's the same color. The stream stickers thing is the same color as you, so I think it's you. Normally. Yeah, normally. Although even if I successfully scale the ledge, I'll still have to defeat the moat somehow. I mean, you can. Oh wait, you can't swim. I was about to say, I'm like, you could just swim across, and then I realized she can't swim. Like, who cannot swim? My gaze wanders across the chamber. If someone is wealthy enough to build a castle, they usually enjoy surrounding themselves with larger-than-life portraits. One would think that I'd have found a big enough painting to pry off the wall and ride across the moat by now, but the decor is tragically modest. I don't know that you're going to cross a moat on a painting, but sure. As I move to lower my arms, the golden glint reflects off the dark metal of the fire iron. I pivot my shoulder with cautious hope. There, thin rays of dawn light gleaming through the drawn curtains. Okay, so it's daytime. My body practically moves on its own. I march to the window and wrench the curtains open. Morning daylight fills the chamber. I've never been happier to see the sun peeking over the mountains like an old friend. Though, the moment the curtains shift, a small beige shape moves with it across the floor. The fuck? A rat? A head rat. No, it was beige though. I've always been scared of them. Why? When I hop away from the shape, I observe how it doesn't continue to move. Okay, so it's not a rat. I bend to inspect it using the fire iron for support. It's just a folded scrap of parchment, brown and frail with age. Yet it's an unusual sight, considering how free of dirt and clutter the rest of the room is. Would you look at that? He's finally missed a spot. I suppose the vampire doesn't enjoy cleaning under the curtains, lest the sun sneak up on him unawares. Oh my god. Stop! Stop. Stop. I turn the paper over, noting the smudge of charcoal rubbing off on my thumb. part of a larger drawing, maybe even one of those enormous portraits I'm sorely missing. I'm sure it's worthless, but no harm holding on to it. Perhaps Vampire will appreciate my help in tidying up. I try and fail to hold back a yawn that makes my entire body shudder. Bloom of sunlight fixed in the sky, though refreshing to see, also serves as a reminder of how much time has passed, of how little sleep I've gotten. I mean, like, you're human. I'm pretty sure you can do with like a good couple of hours not sleeping, so you're fine. Don't worry. There won't be a better time to get some rest. Oh, can't you go outside though? Like, here's the other thing. Can't you just go outside and like sleep in the sun? Maybe you get sunburned, but still, you could leave the house. You don't have to be in the house and sleep. I look about the chamber one final time. To be so surrounded by various furnishings is a mystifying sort of torture. Despite how all these nights of sleeping on the ground have left me yearning for the comfort of a cushion, I know I can't sleep here. The vampire needs only to close the curtains to accost me in my sleep. Okay, another point. She is actually not as dumb as I thought she was. The days are long this time of year. I'll have plenty of time to try climbing the ledge when I wake up. And grab a decorative pillow from the sofa. It's not much, but it will make my cobblestone bed a little more bearable. I retrace my steps through the estate and practically collapse onto the first ring of sunlight I find. Into the first... what? Away from the dreamless, restless slumber into the cold of evening, sitting up with a jolt, I scan the sky with mounting dismay. Sundown again already. How could I have slept for so long? So don't have alarms, bitch. The clenching ache in my bones and blossoming bruise on my skin reveal the answer to my unspoken question. My stamina is spent. Is that a D&D joke? Or like a game joke? That's a gamer joke. I wouldn't be able to run the way I did yesterday. I feel like the very shadows are reaching for me, streaking across the ground like long claws. And speaking of claws, from the shade nearby, the vampire looks down at me with flat displeasure. My fingers curl instinctively around the fire iron. There's still hair on the ground, no less. Okay, wait, what? How come? Okay, you can't do that. You can't be like, oh, first scene and we have voice actors and the voice actors are doing the voice acting, and then like the next fucking chapter you're like, no voice acting for you. Fuck. Where else would I be? Why, I figured you would have climbed onto the roof, run some mental calculus to determine the best angle of approach, and then leap into the moat to swim to freedom. Yeah, she's not that smart. A beat passed as I stare at him. Yes, that would be very practical, but anybody who tries it would surely splatter against the rocks ledge below. Perhaps, and even if they made it into the water, they would discover the alligators in the moat. Alligators, really? No, he's lying. What the hell? I think I like you more when you were menacing me about what crimes I'd committed. She just likes the taste of her own medicine. Shocking. He folds his arms behind his back as he paces around me. I'm very aware that he can grab and drag me into the shadows if he desires, but he chooses not to. You never did tell me what you did to get sent here. You're right, I didn't. We stare at each other now, sharing an ugly pause. But I apologize for my behavior last night and for making a mess. What? She actually apologized? Oh my god. Insane shit. I don't know. You know what would be great? Like, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this would make an amazing like one-on-one D&D session, and then like at the end it turns out he is actually a bad guy and he was just fucking with you the whole time to get you to like him. So then points to her, lol. Truly. Yeah, I would love to do that. I would love to I don't know why, but I really like hosting D&D games that always have my players like trusting somebody and then just completely screwing them over. I don't know why. He looks as though he's expecting a punchline. I mean, it is you. Yes, truly, I know what it's like to own an estate, but I'm sure it's dreadful having somebody run through it. Oh wait, I don't know. Okay, indeed. These fans for that plot twist. Yes. Yes. Plot twists are goals. I would, yeah, I just want, but I want it to be like a proper, you know, like none of this, oh yeah, well, he was a bad guy and he like couldn't help himself and then he just ate you kind of thing. Like, I want it to be a situation where, I can't remember what movie it was, but I think I remember seeing this. There was a movie where something similar happened and it was like the guy got, what's the guy? I can't remember. I can't remember the interaction exactly, but all I remember is that it was two people, and then one of them was like, "Oh, not you're not so bad," and then they like got the first person to trust them, and then they're like just chilling together, like having a moment, right? And then the guy's just like run, and then the other person is like what, and he's like run, and then he just turns into like this evil dude, and he like completely decimates them. And I'm just like, yes, that is what I want. I don't know why I want that, but that's what I want. Can you tell me what you're planning to do with my fire iron? That's, I don't know why, but that's fire iron. For some reason, sounds weird. This old thing, I could lie to him, but I see little point in it. While I've developed a skill for enthralling an audience with tall tales, it's not as if I can trick them into believing my stories are real. Unless they're children, of course, and the pacing vampire hasn't seemed terribly childlike thus far. In any case, I'm not a good liar. When one is not a good liar, honesty is by far the better policy. I can't tell if that's like a life advice, like don't lie, or if that's a life advice, like don't lie if you're bad at it. I miss playing D&D with my friends, and yeah, I agree. I don't know. There's lots of people who play it online. So if you want to play it online, you should try. I'm prone to have like random spontaneous games anyway, so if you leave it with me, I would have tried to swing it at you, but I also thought I could use it as a handhold to get over this. Why did you tell him that? Like, I don't understand. I get the first part, like that's honesty, and that's definitely something you should have like said to him because you were being honest. But why would you tell him the second part? Be like, here's my plan, so you can take it away now. That's why I played Divinity. Oh, because it's like sort of roleplay-ish. Wait, did he say something back there? No. Okay, yeah. I cannot begrudge you for your caution against me, but using the fire iron as a handheld, really? The ledge is made of solid stone. Okay. Fancy pants. Yeah, it's old, isn't it? Surely the stone has weathered down over the years. I'm sure it most certainly has not. Well, fuck you. You would begrudge me for trying everything at my disposal. I might if you ruined my fire iron in the process. You need not try such inventive tactics if you agreed to barter with me. Right, yes, about that. I'll have you know I'm extremely well traveled. How informed are you about recent history and new discoveries through the world? What makes you think that I would be interested in such things? You mentioned you were open to trading knowledge. I remember it like it was yesterday. Okay. Can we stop? Every 2 years, I receive a new guest at my estate. Each guest has some capacity to tell me news of the outside world. I have previously offered their freedom in exchange, but hearing news of the outside world loses its appeal when one is not welcome to participate in it. But some men and women have nothing else to give. Surely you would not deprive this opportunity from a future guest when you have more to offer than this. My loot feels heavy against my back. What else can I offer that amounts to the price of my freedom? Teach him how to play, bitch! Rick, welcome to the stream. How are you? Welcome. It's good to see you again. Yeah, I don't know why, but the followage thing's not working at the moment. I think it's got something to do with the code, so I have to fix it after stream. But how are you? How's things? Yep, it's Lauren Studios' entry into the D&D world. Ooh, what is that? I'm gonna send me a link. I need to see what you're talking about. I am from South Africa. Please, I can't give it to you. He scoffs at me. Just when I thought you were seeing sense. But I may yet be, wait. Sorry. But I may yet be as amiable as you have been to me. Last night, I haven't fully understood what you play, understood that you play music as your primary profession, not at first. Why would you? I'm so confused. Wait. So he saw that she had a lute, right? Must have watched you ages ago. Yeah, I think so. I have not been streaming a lot lately. Actually took a long break. So yeah. So you probably haven't seen me around for a while. Okay, so wait. So he is implying that he saw her with a lute and he didn't assume that that was her profession of choice or her profession. Because why? Like, nobody back then just ran around with a lute. Like, if you had a lute or you had an instrument, it's because you knew how to play it. And if you knew how to play it, you had a very specific skill set. It's like if somebody walks around with a fucking lute nowadays, you go, oh, hey, you have a lute. Do you play it for fun? No, you go, oh, hey, you have a lute. Are you a lute player? Like, what the actual fuck? It's because you changed your channel name? Oh, yeah, that's true. So I think you must need to redo the API thing. Yeah, I think you're right. Okay, I will... Yes, it's probably calling from the wrong channel. Okay, that makes sense. So let me just go to Nightbot real quick. Bruh, this game is so sexist. I'm just putting it out there. Okay, let me go find it. Giveaways, commands. Where is it? Newtimenow.com. Wait, no. I think the API scuffed because it doesn't have. Hold up. Yeah, there's like literally nothing here. But it's fine. I will fix it. Eventually. Okay, so we'll get past the fact that dude is insulting us. My recent slew of guests have been cutthroats and a highway. Oh, okay, so he thought she was cutthroats. Never mind. I forgot that I've also honored house scientists and artists. I presume you must be good at your craft. As such, you need your loot more than I do. Okay, the sudden and unexpected empathy leaves me speechless. He takes my silence as permission to continue. I ought to also admit it has been a very long time since somebody has told me no. It irritated me to hear, but it is within your right to say. Forgive me for making it seem otherwise. Okay, now we're getting into like weird territory here. As if our cordial conversation hasn't been astonishing enough, the vampire inclines his head towards me. You're forgiven. But wouldn't everybody have fought you to the bitter end? I imagine there must have been several no's sprinkled in there. He chuckles wryly. When properly bound and restrained, one's capacity to fight to the bitter end is quite limited. Wow. Wow, that is a red flag. I expect this lends itself to making my guests more amiable to negotiation and to giving me anything I should desire. He really wasn't expecting me to break free of my bonds. Okay, enough of this matter. I propose we approach this from a new angle. What do you want, mortal? If freedom has no strong appeal for you, perhaps you'd be more interested in power. in immortality. I don't miss the saccharine where he says that last word. No, I'm fairly sure I do want freedom. I can't imagine what price I'd have to pay for the other two. My stomach growls. But I would do, I could do with some food. Food. Even if I get out of here, nearest village is miles away. I wouldn't get far on an empty stomach. You would ask a vampire to feed you. A marvelously modest start to our negotiative relationship. Wow! Oh my god, yeah, that is a long time. That's holy shit. That's like when I first started streaming. No, when did I start streaming? It was in like 2017. Yeah, it was probably in 17 because we moved in 2018. So yeah. Yee. That's a long time. That's a long time. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I might pick this up later because I can see where this is going. This is gonna end up being like really cringe, and I just wanted to test it out because I was like, oh hey, that's really fun. But yeah, I have 3 minutes left on my stream before I have to go because it's getting late. But I will see you guys again tomorrow. Hey, speaking of loot, somebody's playing loot on my main stream. Let's see. Tommy Boston. Does anybody know who we want to raid? I still like doing raids. I think raiding's fun. What's up with my friends list? Show more. Machi monsters. Why does that ring a bell? Wow, they can make a ton of noise in my freaking neighborhood. Okay, that's who we're gonna raid. How do I raid again? /raid, correct? No. Okay, sweet. I think that worked. No, rate has been okay. So it's being created. Okay. Shit's so different compared to what it was. Summons me 2018. Ah, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yes, it was definitely amazing seeing you again. I'm super glad to be back. I will be back again tomorrow at 1 o'clock my time. That is 10 a.m. in the UK, and that is 2 a.m. in America. So if you guys are late, like up late or whatever in America, come join me. If you are just getting to work and you're really bored and you live in the UK, you can come and join me. And if you're in South Africa, I think our difference is only 1 hour, so yeah, it'll be 12 o'clock. Come join me for lunch. But I will see you all tomorrow. Have a fantastic day, and I am out of here. Bye.